Hello and welcome to GGD Gaiden, episode 11, aka the Bop episode. I am not Sprigatito. I am back to my normal human form. I'm Wes Bates. I'll be the host for this rodeo. Joining me, as always, are the Titanic trio of terror, starting with Hunter Tommy Lasorda Pearson.
Hunter, Tommy Lasorda, weird reference, a baseball reference. That's fun.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a little bit of a cross between like baseball and video game. Do you know Tommy Lasorda because of Tommy Lasorda Baseball, the video game? Is that why you know?
I do not. I just know that he's a famous coach, and you've been doing a lot of coaching.
I have been doing a lot of coaching. I feel like you always intro me first. Like, is it because I'm your favorite? Is this favoritism or?
No, it's because Brad's my favorite, and I saved the best for last.
Yeah, actually, coaching wise, I have been. We are towards the end of the baseball season, but it has been a really good day today because I've coached my 8-year-old, and he had a game against the Yankees, and I'm telling you, this is the most like little league version of the actual Yankees ever. These like kids are like all decked out. They have like pinstripe pants. They have like sliding gloves and like chains on, and they look like $1 million. And we're the A's, and I know Wes, you're kind of a fan of the A's, and we look like the Major League A's. Like we look like we have no budget, like no money. We're like covered in dirt. We look like the bad news Bears, and
stepped right out of Moneyball.
Oh yeah, it's so funny. And we actually had our first playoff game tonight where the best team plays the worst team, and they're the best team, and we've been the worst team all year. And they beat us. We played them 3 times this year, and they beat us by probably an average of 8 runs. Well, we beat them today in the playoffs. Nice. We ended their season. We won 8-2, and my son hit the hit that like literally had the ump call the game because you can't score at this level more than 5 runs an inning. So he hit the hit that went up 8-2, and he was like, "That's it, game's over." And it was like, oh man, it was those kids. It's just something else, man, to watch kids that age, like seeing all that hard work, like practicing and stuff, and getting better over the course of a season. And they've had this mountain that like has been in front of them, which is the Yankees team. And to just beat them down like that, I mean,
that's awesome.
You hate to see 9-year-olds. I say 8. My son's 8, but he's actually playing up with 9-year-olds. He's playing up a level. But like to see kids cry is never a good thing. But it's kind of fun when like you're on the when it's because you're like. I'm not gonna rub it in their faces, but
suck it, Junior.
Yeah, so we have another game to play, and I'm just so proud of my son has been hitting great, and I'm sure he's probably awake in his room right now, like staring at the ceiling, just thinking about. He had 2 hits and a walk today. He had a great game.
Nice.
So, yeah, that's awesome. Fun.
Got anything else good to share for what's good?
When I guess gaming wise, like in the very little amount of time I've had to play games not named Another Crab's Treasure, I've been playing Red Dead Redemption 2.
Nice.
I think it was
surprise release.
I think it was probably the Your Horse nomination in our Animal Companions episode that like pulled me back into that game. So thank you to, I want to say Randall Reborn, I think nominated that one. Because like that's one of my comfort food games, and so I'm back into it now, and I'm trying to do this thing where I want to like max out the nice cowboy meter, right? I want to be the nicest, like good cowboy I could possibly be. So I'm like petting all the dogs, like hugging all the Civil War veterans, I'm gonna do
all their wives.
Yeah, I want to see how wholesome of a game I can make this. And honestly, that's the better way to play. I mean, honestly, Arthur should be like good at heart, like to the story to me. Like when he's just pure evil, it just doesn't feel right. I've tried that and it just doesn't feel right. He's done bad things, but he's a good guy.
He's got a good soul.
Yeah, I've been very much enjoying that. I'm excited to kind of get back into it a little bit more now that we wrapped up our Indies Nuts game.
Awesome. Welcome back, RDR2. Yeah. Also joining us, speaking of crabs, the king of crabs, Zach Pearson.
I know why I'm getting that. I ended up beating the game twice. So
I saw your hours.
We'll get to
it's like 50 something. It's crazy.
Well, some of it I had, same as you did. Some of it I had like on while I was like working, and then when I had a break, I could spend a little bit of time playing. So some of that is extra, but yes, I did play a lot of that game. We'll get into that a little bit later when we get to it. I guess kind of what's good for me right now is actually just went and watched Winter do a talent show where she is singing, and she did a good job. So I'm really proud of her for that. But it just got me thinking, I need to get Knight ready for next year and figure out some game he could speed run in 3 minutes to go up on stage and like do, because I just feel like that'd be a fun thing to do for a talent show. But,
yeah. Nice. This is turning into the dad cast here. Everybody's sharing all their kids' triumphs.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's what we are.
We ever have to rename the show Dadcast? I don't see that happening, but
yeah, there's a lot of dad video game podcasts out there. I mean, we are one, but unofficially, So
the unofficial Dadcast.
Yeah.
GGD Gaiden, aka unofficial Dadcast.
Dadcast.
That could work. Amazing. All right, and as I said, last but not least, the pinball wizard, Dirty Donnie, aka Brad Russell.
Hey, what's happening, guys? Oh,
what's good, Brad?
What's good, man? Wes called it. Yeah, proud Papa moments this month, which was cool. What Wes is referring to is he and I took our, but your daughter's 11 like mine, right? They're both 11 years old. Yeah, took our 11-year-old girls to the pinball festival there in Lodi, California.
Golden State Pinball Festival.
Pinball Festival, that's what it was. So they had like I don't know, probably close to. I don't know how many pinball machines were there.
There was
social
a lot.
Media,
probably close to 200.
On Blue Sky it mentioned like 89, but like
it was way more than that.
Way more than that. Yeah,
way more.
They had this like cool like one room where you first walk in with like all the vintage stuff, like stuff from like the 20s and 30s. Pretty neat that they're still kind of holding up, but they all still kind of function. Like some really cool like variations too that you don't really see, but we went over to, they have like another like big room, like convention room, where they have all like the modern and kind of classic stuff out. And proud to say, my daughter outscored me in South Park pinball. So that was really neat.
Nice.
That, my daughter outscored me in like everything.
Oh man. Yeah, got those sharp reflexes, those kids, don't they? But
yeah.
My only advantage is that I played a buttload of pinball as a kid because there was a little game room maybe about a quarter mile from my place, and it was one of the only things around. So I'd go in there. It was actually part of like a hotel, like pool area, and they had like a little game area. And there was a Twister pinball machine in there, licensed for the movie, and there was always a Neo Geo machine in there.
Nice.
So that's where, I did a lot of my gaming there. A lot of Metal Slug in that room. Other than that, hell yeah. Other than that, my daughter was part of the art show at school. I think I sent you guys some pictures of the stuff she did. Pretty neat stuff. So
proud dad. Impressive stuff she did there.
Yeah, we had a really good time. It was good catching up with you, getting our girls together. We had a good time.
Yeah, I liked. They had a good time. They were like chatting games like crazy.
Totally, man.
And Penelope had never played pinball before, so that was like her first time, which was cool.
Your girl's a chip off the old block, man. She can pop off about video games just like Wes can. It's awesome.
Oh my gosh,
it's like
just try and hold her back, man.
Yeah, seriously, like she's just a chip off the old darn block and such a good kid. So really cool. Anyway, what's good with you, Wes?
Outside of the pinball festival, which was an absolute blast. I finally wrapped up Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. So that was a major achievement for me.
Yeah, that's an undertaking.
I've been grinding on that for a while. I picked it up and put it down and picked it up and put it down. So finally wrapping that thing up was awesome. and I'm really happy I did it. I liked it a little bit less than Yakuza 7, but
see
still a damn good game. Damn
Mhm.
good game. If you are a fan of that series, I mean, you are definitely missing out not playing that game. So, highly recommended. And other than that, I'm just happy to be here. I got to spend some time with my buddy Brad over the weekend, and our kids, and I'm here with you guys. So
Yeah.
that's
So-
that's good enough for me.
Yeah. So I'll tell you what's not good, Wes. What's not good is someone lost Type Off last month. Was supposed to have a custom background.
Where's your background?
Yeah, we couldn't.
This is it, you guys. You guys decided.
We
You don't like it?
decided
Come on.
we just were going to be nice. Well, it is Brad who was supposed to be divvying it out, so he could just be like, keep your same background, like Mr. Nice Guy over there.
Hey, dude, that's exactly what I said. I said we should just let Wes off the hook, but he
Yeah.
came up with the idea that we should re-roll the Wheel of Consequences and see what Wes gets.
Yeah,
So
let's all agree I deserve it.
Well, but like, did we explain, like, so he can't do a background. He doesn't have
Right.
Nitro on Discord, so it
you have
doesn't
to
let
have
him.
Nitro to change your background. So
And we
wouldn't
didn't
let
discover
me,
that until
so-
right before we recorded. We didn't want to like
Yeah, we
try
didn't
and
want
go
to
down.
futz with it.
Yeah, anybody who's done this kind of stuff knows you don't mess with the formula last minute. So once we discovered we couldn't do it that way, we decided, well, we'll just try a different punishment. It could be even better. But what was his background going to be, by the way? Just out of curiosity.
You remember back on our episode with Sal how he had Wes's closet as the background? I'm gonna make him do that.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
you're gonna put Wes
Just put
back
me
in
back
his,
in the closet.
put Wes back in Wes's closet where he
I
spent so
offered to
much.
like, literally actually go in the closet again. He said, "No, it's not the same." So
Yeah,
I
it's
didn't want
funnier. It was funnier because like Sal had it like positioned in a way where he was clearly like, if he was in your closet, then he was like an Oompa Loompa. There was like way too small, like nothing.
Yeah, look back at that episode, the wacky
have a little pipe?
accessories episode.
That was a great
Yeah, a little.
one.
Yeah, we had fun. Anyway, I have the wheel here.
Oh,
All right.
Man, we're gonna get
What's it
multiple
gonna
wheel
be?
spins tonight. First wheel spin. All
Are we
Go ahead.
ready?
I'm ready.
right,
Are you gonna sing the
Hit it.
jingle?
Yep. Wheel of Consequence. Turn. Tell me the punishment that I have earned. And the punishment is
What, number
change your
8?
background.
Number
Number
six.
six.
Number six.
Oh, number 6, my bad.
Number
Yeah,
6.
right. Change your
What
background.
if it's change your
That's
background?
It better be.
If it's change your
All right.
background, I think I'm just going to change mine back to Joker Wes, and he can just.
This
live
is
with
good.
it.
No,
please don't show that.
This
Whatever
is
you do,
perfect.
please don't.
This is perfect because we don't have to do any prep. Wes can do it right now and just get it out of the way. It's not like a next show.
Oh,
So number 6, it's backwards, but
is it show
Number
your
6
butthole?
is-
Oh no.
do an impression. So Wes
Do
has to
an impression.
Oh,
You can
Wes
do.
got this on hand.
We're gonna pay up right now. So
Oh,
Wes
Can I
man.
just
the
make?
best
Can I
impression.
just say?
Or
like,
worst impression.
Can I exclude one impression from
Hmm.
him that I think that he's just not allowed to do, just considering how many times he did it, and like no Yoshi.
Mr. T? Oh no, Yoshi.
No, yeah, we got Yoshi
Oh,
last
really,
time.
Mr. T.
It's got to be some other than Yoshi, just because if
Oh,
you watch the
man.
last episode, he did Yoshi last time, which is one of the best impressions of all time. I mean, if there was a Yoshi impression contest, Wes is in the top 5.
Sure.
So he's got to think of something other than that.
I mean, I have one that it's a kind of a go-to, but I don't know that it's a great
Go-to
impression,
works.
but
It's from The Simpsons, isn't it?
it's not actually.
All right.
Ooh.
I was doing.
Hunter has Homer Simpson PJ pants on, by the way.
Dude, look at these things.
That's a real
Nice.
fan right there.
Yeah, I love these things, man. They got pockets and a penis hole. Those are the best kind of pajama pants.
All right.
Let's
An
hear it,
impression.
Wes.
Hi ho, Kermit the Frog here, reporting on Sesame Street. Anybody seen Big Bird?
Pretty good, man.
100% better than a background.
Fantastic.
Well
Yes.
done, dude. Well done.
Yeah.
I think you
Alright.
could have gotten a little more risque with the dialogue. but
Dialogue?
Whatever.
Mm.
It was the impression was good.
There's plenty of risque Kermit the Frog out there.
Hermit
so-
the
Oh.
Frog.
Hermit. Sorry,
Yeah.
just got Hermit
Dude.
crabs on the mind still.
Dude, Hermit, even
Oh,
he
man.
can't handle this kind of inflation, man. He lost his job. You know, there's no way Miss Piggy's going for him when he's broke.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, that's what I got for you. So
I loved it,
Well
dude.
done,
That was
Lux. Thank
perfect.
you.
That was amazing.
That was satisfying. Glad we wrapped that up.
all right. One punishment down, one punishment to go. Later on in the episode, we'll have to find out what that is. But for now, I think we need to dig into some news. It's time for News Bytes.
Shing!
Thank you. And we're going to start with Hunter. Since he's taking a drink.
Thank you. All right. Want me to just roll right
What do you got
into
for
it?
us?
Let's have it.
Okay, so this one is very recent for us. It's probably going to be with our new schedule and stuff. This may be old news by the time people are listening to this, but for us, it's like a day old. But mine comes from GameIndustry.biz, right? I don't remember where I got. Okay, which is interesting because they're part of this whole story. So this is IGN Entertainment acquires Eurogamer, Game Informer, VG247, Rock Paper Shotgun.
Not Game Informer.
Eurogamer
GI is gamesindustry.biz.
Sorry, Game Industry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
Yeah.
my bad. I wrote down GI. I should not use abbreviations.
That threw me off too.
Sorry, that would have been even bigger, but still very big. So this is just more game industry fuckery going on. So I'm sure most people are familiar with this story, but I feel like we should just talk about it because if we're talking about news, this is definitely the biggest news in gaming right now. So IGN has bought up all of these places, basically consolidating them all under their roof. This is greedy people at the top of a greedy corporation buying out the competition. I've heard the word redundancies thrown around with this, which is just a sugar-coated word for we're about to lay people off, which would just be, it's a little bit different side of the game industry because it's not actual game developers right now. I mean, this is more games media, games journalism, but it just still represents this ongoing trend of kind of just the games industry kind of crumbling in a way before our eyes. Just, I don't really know exactly what's going on with it. And I know it's not good. And I know people are going to lose their jobs. And I always thought there was this big period of time about 5 to 10 years ago when a lot of people that I love and respect in games media and journalism started to kind of move away from like the IGNs, and a lot of them specifically from IGN, to kind of do their own thing. And it was a very special time where it was fresh and interesting and full of personalities. And this move by IGN to me just feels like, you know, it's just going to make everything back to this like homogenous like games journalism again, where everything just feels samey, and people are gonna lose their jobs over it, which always sucks. And I always hated in any industry, but it's happened a lot in games, the solution of, you know, we're not succeeding, but we have a butt ton of cash, so let's just buy away the competition so that we can keep providing our, you know, crap product. I'm going to call what IGN has put out recently for the last few years just kind of, I mean, nobody really cares that much about it. Like, it's there, but it's like instead of trying to compete, they're just basically buying and consolidating it. And when I think back, like, to my time growing up as a gamer, and I think about kids these days, it just makes me sad. Like, so much of it is lost. And it's just continues to get lost. Like, it was only like 5 years ago, we were still like getting like super hyped at this time of year for like E3 coming up. And this is just another like kind of skid mark in the underwear of the games industry that just sucks to have to talk about and to have to think about, and where these people are going to go. And I just I hate to keep delivering like crap news like this, because it seems to come up like every time we do a new episode, but something is wrong. Like, it feels like the whole industry is just circling the drain, and there's like nothing that we can do to stop it, except for indies. Like, indies are like the lone bright spot of like gaming right now, and it's like they're carrying all the weight.
Can I add something to this real quick?
Yeah, by all means.
I just want to say, like, for me, the really crappy thing is just the consolidation. I mean,
Yeah.
you have all of these individual outlets that had very distinct, reporting styles, very distinct feels. And I really don't know what this means for the continuation of those outlets, how they're going to be managed, their styles, anything. I don't know. And this article really doesn't say anything about that. All it says is
Nobody
IGN
knows.
now owns these outlets. And to be clear, I don't have anything against IGN. I actually really like IGN. I have people over there that I really respect that have been very good to me. Specifically, Mitchell Salzman is a great guy, and
I love Mitchell Salzman.
a legit, honestly, a great reviewer and reporter. And Casey DeFreitas, also excellent individual that has been very generous with her time towards Great Game Debate. And others there who are really awesome, people that I've met and who I respect. But it makes me really worried about what this means as far as redundancy, in terms of this company, this corporation. What are Eurogamer, gamesindustry.biz? That's a little bit different because they are like more like inside baseball news stuff. But the VG 24/7, Rock Paper Shotgun, what are these outlets doing that IGN isn't doing? Like, IGN is a bigger site and they're covering more stuff, like movies and tech and stuff like that maybe these other sites aren't as much. But it just really makes me worried for the jobs for these places. And what we've seen time after time is these big media companies come in, they buy something, it rides out for about a year or something, and then they just shut it down. It happened with game trailers. We saw that. It happened with so many other really, really good video game outlets, and there's just less and less, and everything is moving to like YouTube and influencers and stuff like that for reporting, and instead of like standard games journalism, and I don't like it. It sucks.
Yeah, and I didn't want to with this, I didn't want to downplay what a lot of the writers and editors and stuff at IGN have provided over the years. So I think a lot of them are very excellent, but they're being very much just like held down by like the heavy thumb of like suits and corporation and greed. And that's so much of the industry these days. It's almost like they feel like they can just push all of the creative types out, and people are still going to just flood the industry with money. And they're not entirely wrong, because I don't know how to stop people from, voting with their wallets. But like, I just I worry so much about them being pushed out, developers being pushed out for AI, and writers getting pushed out for AI. And I feel like that's almost like this is the first layer of AI coming to the forefront in a way, because the game industry is going to probably be at the forefront of that, because I think they're all banking on not needing these people. And it's terrifying to think about not needing people this freaking talented.
Did anyone see the details coming out of the Washington Post meetings today? Like, has anyone heard anything about that?
No,
I'm not familiar.
So it's exactly what Hunter just said. Like, the Washington Post is looking at, they've lost a bunch of money in the last fiscal year, and they've just announced like their strategy moving forward for the next year is acquire their competition and turn it all over to AI. Like, it's exactly what he said, so it's not just the video games, at this point, you're going to splinter everything out, to the point where, there's just not going to be enough jobs for all the talent that's out there, because they're all under, 5 or 10 companies. And that's that. And the solution to that, is to just try your best to get your little chunk of the internet. Fortunately, we're in a day where you can start a little upstart thing and make yourself a little nut, even if your audience is small. So, and then the other answer, on the large scale, is to unionize in all facets of the game industry: journalism, game development, testers, all of it.
Like you could definitely go into the SAG union, but a lot of these corporations just make it so hard to unionize with anything at this point that I wish that they would. It would definitely help.
You gotta shut it down. That's it. You gotta bring them to their knees. That's the only way.
Yeah, we don't have a huge voice in this, and we're not going to say anything that a lot of people already said. But to anybody who is listening, like, just support the actual human beings doing this work. If you can do that, like, find ways to support them and not big companies that are pushing them out, Like, you just have to make little decisions. The power of your wallet is the control that you have. And you can see how gamers can make changes. There have been examples of that a lot recently as well, where there is some control there. So, I hope that we can kind of unite and try and support these people, and I hope they all land on their feet, because there are going to be some people who are, and it sucks right now because they don't know if they're losing their jobs or not. A lot of them don't know that yet, so they're living with a lot of anxiety, I'm sure. Sucks.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, well, moving on from that uplifting story to Sportsball. Zach.
Hey, got to bring a little bit of it in and hopefully bring the mood up a little bit, because I was a little sad talk about that. So I've just brought an article here today talking about a little about the new NCAA College Football 2025, which has been a wishful thought in many sports game fans' minds for years now, because the last one to come out was, I think, 2014, 2015. It's been 10 years. It's been 10 years since we had an NCAA game, and they were always amazing. Great. And they were, to be honest, usually better than Madden was. There was more that went into it. You had so many teams because you have all of college football you can play as. And they're bringing a ton of cool stuff into this one, where they're really making it so that if you're playing as a certain team, it feels like you're playing as that team in their stadium, with all of the unique chants, unique ideas unique positions that the specific colleges have. Like, I'm curious if we go, because Hunter and I are North Carolina fans, we go play at Virginia Tech, if they're going to pull out a bunch of keychains and start shaking it.
Yeah, because they're all janitors.
But really, my article, as well as being just about that game, is just about the NIL offers that they're doing. It's the big reason that we're actually able to have this game, is that they're able to now pay the players for their name, image, and likeness. Yeah. They're not paying them a ton, but I still think it's good that since they are able to do it, they are paying them. They're going to pay them about $600 per person, and they're going to give everyone a free game. Now, what this also means is that some of the bigger names in college football we may not see in the game, because they may not accept this $600. Like, I know that for college people out there, Arch Manning, he is supposedly not going to take the deal and not be part of the video game. So he's not the starting quarterback this year, but he should be on the team either way. But there may be some other specific college athletes that they may have to make different deals for. And I mean, I think that's fine. I would rather get these guys a little bit of money and be able to play as them in the games. I just think it's a good move by EA to bring this back and to actually do some supporting for the football players now, because they did make a ton of money on this over the years. So being able to give it back, and they've done, so it's at $600 per player, and they've done over 11,000. So they spent a pretty penny on this to make sure that it's going to happen.
It's really cool.
I'm really excited for it.
Yeah, this is a very good thing about the NIL in general. You know, for the non-sports affiliated, the reason this game got shut down back in the day is because there were lawsuits over. I mean, they weren't like putting the players' like names in the game, but they were straight up making entire rosters that were very close, especially once the faces and the animations and everything started to come around. It was like, yeah, I mean, you made the players, you might have called them different names, but like, so it became this issue where it was a licensing problem with players who weren't getting paid. And so the whole thing got shut down for so long, and I thought it was never coming back. And this whole paying student athletes has been a hot button topic in the sports world for a long time. And I think most people who are fans agree this is the right thing to do. These kids generate a lot of money for universities, and they deserve what they get from it. And the fact that it's got bled over back into video games, where it's like we can give them money and actually get them into the game and get it licensed. And it looks like they've put so much time into this one. It's like kind of explains why Madden has sucked for so long, because maybe they haven't been worried about that game. They've just been worried about making the college football game. But it's EA, so God only knows how they're gonna figure out some way to like make you like buy college player cards.
There's gonna be the ultimate team in there, and I've already seen that the ultimate, or no, what do they call it? They call it the Heisman edition, I think. It's going to be like $150, and the main point of that is it just gets you like the in-game currency to buy the ultimate team card.
You still have the option to skip that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I saw
I'm not going to do that in the game.
I saw that they were putting every college football team's actual playbook into the game. I am jazzed for this one.
That's so cool.
Yeah, I'm very pumped for this. All right. Anyway,
you know what that makes me think about though is all of the other that coaching staffs are now going to hire one guy to just play the video game against the team they're playing that next week to go against their schemes.
Yeah. I want to add one more point, and this is a sad truth for the kids growing up these days, because this is nice. I think this will just be the norm. You'll have NIL, and people will just like be able to play the college games. But there's nothing better than the experience that football fans like I had, where we had to, shell out $30 to like send our PlayStation memory card to some like, middle-aged man in his mom's basement to upload the players' names and everything onto the memory card so he could send it back to me, so I could like actually have all the college football players in the game. There's not going to be any. There's not going to be anybody to send your memory card to. Their players will just be there. You guys are so coddled.
All right, this has been Sports Talk. You guys done?
Yes.
I think we're good.
All right. Thank you, Zach. Moving on. I have a little story from VG247, which is a site that Hunter mentioned in his story. The title of this is called Activision Announces Elsewhere Entertainment, a Warsaw-based studio creating a brand new narrative-based AAA IP. That pretty much says it all. Activision is, in fact, opening a brand new studio called Elsewhere Entertainment. It's based in Warsaw, Poland. It includes developers with credits from games like The Last of Us, Uncharted, The Witcher, Cyberpunk, Tom Clancy's The Division, and Far Cry. And they are going to be focused on a AAA narrative-based franchise. And they're currently hiring. The reason I bring this up is kind of, it seems like a very strange time to be announcing the opening of this brand new studio coming from Activision, who is currently owned by Microsoft, a company that in the last 2 weeks shuttered 4 studios, including Tango Gameworks and Arcane Austin, and 2 others. And it's just like, I feel like this is the most tone-deaf move that company could make right now. Like, they just laid off 1,900 people earlier in the year. Now they close these 4 studios, and then, hey guys, guess what? We're opening up a brand new studio, and it's going to be awesome, and we're going to make a brand new single-player AAA IP. It's going to win all sorts of awards. It's going to be awesome. Are we supposed to be excited about it? Like, after so many people just lost their jobs, after the developers of Hi-Fi Rush that won all sorts of awards last year just got shuttered and kicked to the curb. Read the room, Xbox. Read the room. Now, you could say that Activision operates like kind of as a like individually run subsidiary of Microsoft. They don't really have anything to do with any of those other closures, and that's true. But they're still owned by Microsoft. Like, Microsoft still has a big say in what goes on in that company and what they're doing and the amount of money flowing in and out of the company. It just, oh man, it burns me up just thinking about how kind of mismanaged things are over there right now. It feels like they don't know what they're doing at all. Like the right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing, you know, and it just leaves me scratching my head, like going, what the hell? What is going on?
They're throwing spaghetti at a map and seeing where the tomato sauce hits the most. It seems like that's what they're doing. They're throwing everything at it.
I really just don't feel like they know what they're doing. Like, I've listened to a couple interviews. There was an interview. Oh shoot, I can't remember. All of a sudden, the one of the executives did for Bloomberg recently. Sarah Bond did with Bloomberg, and they asked about the closures, and it was the most just like dodge the question answer that you could possibly give. Like, she just, you know, well, at Microsoft, we're very committed to giving the best product possible, and blah blah. You know, it's like it didn't even address the answer to the question.
I hate
and
that.
It's like
so
it's just
much.
like she just didn't know, you know, where they're going and what they're doing. And
I guess silver lining, I'm happy to hear some people are getting jobs instead of losing them in video games, you know, so, but it almost feels like,
why close the studios then? You had award-winning AAA single player studios in-house already.
Well,
so what is the point? I was
somebody
talking to a friend of mine, and he's in the banking industry, and he was thinking potentially that, you know, they're paying high level salaries to these folks at these studios, and they're probably just closing them down and then reopening studios that are cheaper elsewhere just to save money. Which sucks if that's the strategy. That's absolutely terrible.
I guess what I'd say, if somebody who sits in some boardrooms like this and listens to people talk about stuff like this, my best educated guess is that the layoffs and the opening of this studio were a conversation that happened in the same meetings. This wasn't something that happened afterwards. This is something that takes time to do, takes time to recruit, you know, build a business model, that kind of thing, for this kind of thing. So they were all overlapping. So they knew about both. And I promise you, there was an entire agenda item that was dedicated to what amount of time should there be between the shit news of shutting down all of these developers and when to announce this one opening. It's kind of an almost like you said, like a goodwill. But I promise you, what they're saying is that maybe we can gain back some of this goodwill after basically destroying great studios that we know people are going to hate. And the only answer I have for that is you're correct. In a lot of ways, they see things only in dollar signs, and they're just idiots about this kind of thing. They don't know video games. They don't know the people who are big fans of them. But what they do understand is money. And this game probably will be good and will sell a ton. Right? Like, and their still bottom line is still going to be good.
Nothing to say about this developer. I'm sure they're going to turn out a great product.
They don't know anything about like the PR and how to handle this kind of stuff, and they have lost a lot of faith in the community, mine for sure. And but it's like, you know, this is what I was talking about earlier with voting with your wallet in a way. Like, it's not that I don't want this game to be good or succeed. And I don't even know what it's going to be. I mean, but it sounds promising. But it's like, this is a decision they made thinking that you would spend money on it, and a way for them to recoup some of the lost goodwill. So I don't know. It's years on the road. I mean, we don't know anything else about it. Like, what kind of game do you think they're making? Like, do you think it's gonna be licensed? Like, what's the setting of this game? Like, we know nothing other than it's narrative based. So
no, and they're still hiring, so they don't even have like a full staff yet.
Yeah, right.
They just have an idea of the kind of thing that they want to do, single player, AAA. So anyway, good luck Elsewhere Entertainment. We wish you nothing but the best. Microsoft, go suck an egg.
Yeah, don't shut this one down. It's Activision. So also don't get your hopes up, because that probably won't ever fucking come out. It is a single player narrative based game. This could just all be for the press.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna end on something of a high note, because we need some good news here. So Brad, what are you bringing?
But yeah, let's pivot to something fun here. So old fogies like Hunter and Wes and I'm not even sure. What year were you born?
Nope, doesn't get it. Nope.
Before the end of the Cold War.
He was just a spermie swimming around in my dad's balls.
No.
Waiting to come out.
Based on the timing in the article you had for us, I was not born yet.
He might have been conceived on the day that this took place.
All right. So my article comes from Polygon. Title is "The Nintendo World Championships NES Edition Switch Game Calls Back to One of Nintendo's Coolest Events." Okay, gentlemen, and not Zach.
He's not a gentleman. Not a gentleman.
Apparently, I'm a child man now. So
take yourself back to the summer of 1990. I think the three of us had probably just gotten out of third grade, right? Between third and fourth grade, I think 1990 was, if I'm not mistaken. Nintendo was running this super cool thing that summer called Nintendo World Championships, right? Where they went to 29 cities across the country, kicking off in March of 1990 in Dallas. 29 cities tour, all culminating to finals in Los Angeles in December. But all through that summer, no matter where you live, there was a place to go where you could compete on this cartridge that they created, to challenge players and to kind of crown the Nintendo champion of 1990. In a spirit of calling back to that event, and maybe trying to take some money out of the pockets of people that are our age, they are coming out with a Switch game that kind of harkens to that competition. The original competition was 3 games straight. You'd play Mario, and then you'd play Rad Racer, and then you'd finish up with Tetris. So whoever got the highest score at the end would move on to the finals, and then after the finals, they crowned a champ. I probably should have got his name. It wasn't in the article. Anyway,
it was the Wizard.
Sorry, guy. So for the competition, Nintendo created 116 of what they call what collectors have termed now the NWC Gray Cart. Right. So this is essentially the holy grail of NES collecting. This was 116 of them were made. 90 were given away to city finalists after the competition was completed. 26 of these cartridges were created in gold. Now, these gold cartridges, pardon me, were awarded to winners of a Nintendo Power Contest. So, this NWC Gold Cart is widely considered the holy grail of NES collecting
and video game collecting, really in general.
Brad, can you show us your gold cart, please?
Do you have a gold cart?
Have it.
Oh my God.
I wish.
I was like, don't. People are going to rob you.
Anyway, sidebar. Does anyone remember The Wizard from 1989?
Yeah,
I just said that out loud, dude. I mean, because that was before this.
Did you say that? I'm sorry.
Well, you said I can't remember the name of the first winner, and I was like, The Wizard.
Oh, shit. Anyway, yeah, The Wizard from 1989 featured kind of like a contest that's like this. It's a kind of a bad movie starring Fred Savage and a kid who's like
Shut your dirty mouth. That's a great movie.
It's not that good. We actually watched it.
It's horrible. It doesn't stand up. But it was as a kid, it was the greatest. It was a movie about video games.
Right. So the video games are the star of the show, right? It's like, some kind of like drama or something's going on over here, but we're all looking up to the background at the Double Dragon cabinet and the NES Play Choice cabinet, right? We're all kind of just, oh, what game is he playing there, right? So anyway, this thing is a kind of an homage to the NWC cart. This one will, the game recreates the kind of competitive spirit and speed running portion of this, and has they pushed it out to 13 NES games. So you'll get Balloon Fight, you'll get Donkey Kong, you'll get Excite Bike, you'll get Ice Climber, Kid Icarus, Kirby's Adventure, Metroid, Mario 1, 2, and 3, and then Mario 2 Lost Levels, which is the Japanese Mario 2, the real Mario 2. And the 2 Legend of Zelda games for the NES. So you're getting 13. They've been retooled with kind of challenges. Did anyone else remember those? What was it on, like Wii or Wii U or something, when they
NES
did
Remix?
NES Remix. That's exactly what. So this is kind of a lot like that. So there's a like an eShop download that'll cost you $30, $29.99, or you can buy the Nintendo World Championships NES Edition Deluxe set off of Nintendo's website. This is coming with a physical copy of the game, 13 art cards, one for each game, a set of 5 pins, and then what you get is a replica of the NWC Gold cart, from the competition, with a little stand, which I thought was. Pardon me, guys. Allergies are a bitch this year. Which I think it's kind of neat. If like you're a Nintendo collector and you just love to have like shit like this on your shelf, and there's just no way in hell you're going to afford a NWC Gold of your own, you kind of just display it out. I don't know if anyone had a peek at the Famicom version of this. It comes with the same kind of setup, but 2 Famicom Switch controllers, which is really neat.
I heard about that.
Yeah, good luck getting your hands on it. You know what? I have ordered from the Japanese Nintendo website before in the past, using a VPN, using a Japanese email address. I've been able to ship, kind of Japan exclusive things to my house in the past. But they have done away with that. I tried it, and good luck to you. The Japanese website will no longer ship to an address outside of Japan. Regardless of where your email address is from, where your PayPal account is from, they will not ship to you. So anyway, just thought that was kind of neat. Don't need to spend all day on it, but it's coming. When is it coming? It is coming
right now
in July. Yeah,
look
right
under your
now.
seat. It's like,
Shout drop it right now. I'm sorry, I didn't
On
put
this
the
show.
release date in my notes. What a douche.
well, while you're looking it up, I just want to comment on one of my favorite angry video game nerd back when he was like doing his own thing, was all about the original Nintendo World Championships, and it's freaking a hilarious one. You should definitely give that a watch. And this one seems like more fun, because the whole point of that one was that like the actual game is fun for collectors, but like the original one as a game is kind of shit. I mean, it's like 3 games that it's like a glorified demo disc. It's like you play a level of Mario, you play a level of Rad Racer, you play a little bit of Tetris, and then you're done. Like that's the whole thing. But because they were so rare, it became like the biggest collector's item in basically video games.
So it's coming out on July 18th. And what Hunter mentioned, the name of the game, those are people that perform the best knew the name of the game was speed running your way through the Mario and Rad Racer, because as the competition continues, the score multiplier goes up. Right. So really, you're banging. The best bang for your buck is slamming down Tetrises. So it does kind of have that speed running element to it, which the internet loves now.
Yeah, and then this version of it's like a bunch more games, so it's probably going to be. It's like supposed to be like taking like chunks out of like your favorite parts of Nintendo classics. Like, I'm actually kind of really pumped to see what all of these are, because it sounds like
I think it's going to be fun.
So a lot more of them.
Because he loves a challenge, and I know he loves, leaderboards, and so I think it'd be fun for maybe Zach to check out, since he's kind of out of the generation, see what he can do on the old man games.
I saw some concerns.
I'm very interested in this, yeah.
I saw some concerns over scalpers, so if any of you guys have any trouble with scalpers, you just let me know.
It's already on Play Asia. I'm already sold out on Play Asia, by the way.
Never mind.
Run, don't walk to your local scalper to buy the Nintendo World Championships NES edition.
Yeah. Or just get it digitally for $29.99 on July 18th.
Yep. Don't go to a scalper, everybody, please.
No, come to me. I'll help you out.
Go to Hunter. Yeah, he knows.
That's right.
I'm the enemy to all scalpers.
He's
video game Robin Hood.
All right. I think that's enough news. It's time to get to the fun here, the serious topic. Brad, do you want to tell everybody what we're doing this month?
Sure.
The Brad
episode.
So
stop it. We are doing top 10 video game original soundtracks this month. Huge topic, massive participation within the Discord. People were throwing down. In fact, we had so many noms this time around that normally we have you guys vote, your top 5, and then Hunter does his calculations and excelling and figures out, who the winner is. This time we had so many noms and so much participation that we banged it out to a top 10 for everyone, so we could get as much data as we could on the topic. We really wanted to, not have any ties and narrow down a firm top 10 on this one.
And it worked.
We are going to change up the format of the top 10 a little bit just for this episode. We've decided to create just kind of a little sample reel of the original soundtracks that we're going to be talking about this episode. So we'll have Wes introduce each one of the games on the list, and then we'll sit and enjoy some of the music from the soundtrack. I have polled my brothers in arms here of what their favorite songs are for these soundtracks, and thrown in a little bit of my own magic into these curated kind of playlist. But they're some of them are sample style. Understand, if you're going to try to bang 4 or 5 tracks into like a 2-minute, 3-minute, 3.5-minute snippet, some of the soundtracks work like gold. They're just, you can create something that flows one into the next, but other soundtracks have varied time signatures, and so a lot of this you're going to hear almost like a sample reel. You're going to hear it like you were sampling tracks off of Amazon. Anyway, I did my best to kind of represent each one of the soundtracks in these samples that I've made. Sorry if your favorite track doesn't appear here. There was just no way for me to get everything in, so we did our absolute best with it. I would have loved to have, asked the community for their input, but I would have had to have spilled the beans on the final 10, and I didn't want to do that for anyone. Anyway, really excited. I worked really hard on this episode. I've really been excited for the last 5 weeks. Just I've thought about this episode day and night for the last month, and I can't wait to get into it. And Wes, let's get going, man. What's number 10?
Okay, starting off at number 10.
Number 10.
We have Chrono Cross.
All right. You guys ready to hear this?
Let's go.
Do it.
Okay. For the audience, you're going to hear the same thing we're hearing, and we're just going to kind of sit here and enjoy for a few minutes. So if you're ready to go, here we are.
that's so good. I love that soundtrack. This is actually that first song that was on there is Scars of Time, and that is my absolute favorite piece of video game music that has ever been created. I'm pretty sure my wife hates that song because it's been my alarm clock and my ringtone
you
for
wake up
probably
to
the
that
past
every
like 6
day?
years.
You
Hell
lucky
yeah,
man.
I do.
You lucky
Hell
man.
Yeah, I do. God, it's just an amazing track. Every single moment there in the game really focuses on that music. Like Scars of Time, that's your intro song. It's not really played that much throughout the game, but you do get it every time you load up the game. You don't skip the intro because it plays Scars of Time. Plains of Time, there was amazing as well. Brink of Death, which is the third one, is just, it's the battle music. It's a little bit unnerving and exciting and fast and makes you like get into the battles. And it's on almost all of them. And then the Termina one right there is a little bit of town music, which is just, it's a little port town and it makes you feel like you're just at the port and enjoying life. It's jolly. God, everything about this track just hits so well with what that game did, which is interesting because as far as games go, Chrono Cross really wasn't received that well because people wanted Chrono Trigger. But one of the things that it did get received well on was that soundtrack. It has just over the years consistently been considered one of the best soundtracks ever created. And it's made by Yasunori Mitsuda, who's worked on a ton of games. He also did Chrono Trigger. Just a master at his work. And a few years ago, they actually came out with like I think it was a 20-year anniversary DVD that I ended up getting that Wes actually watched with me at my house.
At your house.
Of the concert for this entire soundtrack. And
That was so good.
It's amazing. They hit every single song you want them to hit, and it's just from start to end fantastic. Just the game also just uses sound so interesting because one of the more interesting things, slight spoiler I guess for the game, is that you have this music through. I mean, it's 20 years old at this point. You can go play it if you want, but there's music throughout the game at every moment, except for one. The final boss fight of the entire game has no music. No music whatsoever.
Really?
And there's a couple ways to do the fight. The first one is just to kill the boss. And that actually gets you the bad ending because this is a Chrono game and there's too many damn endings to count.
I'm so glad you're bringing this up, Zach. This is a really good point. Yeah,
it's amazing because what you actually have to do is in the game, there are different elements that you have to use, which are the different spells, basically. And they'll have different colors to them. And in this final boss fight, to actually beat it, you don't have to kill the boss. You have to use the elements in a certain order, and as you use them, they each have a note. And when you get them in the right order, it starts the whole sound off, and you actually get the good ending to the game. But then you realize you've been listening to this track for a lot of the game. It's one of the main tracks in the game. I can't remember. I was trying to look it up, and I can't remember the name of the exact track it is. But it's a track you've heard a ton, and you have to figure out the proper order of the elements in the game to make that track come out and to make the specific sounds come out. And
it's da 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 da.
Yes, exactly. And it just, when you figure that out, I mean, as a kid, because we didn't have the internet to go look that up, I was sitting there throwing my head at this for hours because I knew there was a different ending to get. Finally ended up, my mom got me the guide, and it helped me out there. It said, you've heard this throughout. It didn't even give you, actually the guide did not give you the song, the order. It said you have to play it in order of the song, and then I had to figure it out from there. And just the way that it culminates everything in the music of the game, oh, that's so good. I'm so happy it's on this list. I was actually expecting it a little bit higher, but God, good job, y'all.
Yeah.
Thanks for throwing it up.
They got a little divided between it and I think Chrono Trigger was on there too, so same thing, people would get divided.
This is my personal favorite video game OST of all time, so I'm super happy that it made the list also. Yasunori Mitsuda is my favorite composer of all time. If anybody else is wondering what else he did other than the Chrono games, he also did most of the work on the Xenoblade games. So if you played Xenoblade, he also did Xenosaga. He's done a lot of work on the Xeno series outside of Chrono, but he's a really awesome composer. I love how this soundtrack just really envelops the setting, which is very tropical. It takes place on a tropical archipelago. And so you're kind of sailing in between islands in this archipelago. You probably heard that on the second track that we played, which is called Plains of Time, but it's got a very like tropical feeling. Some other tracks that we didn't include that I really love from this are there's one that's called Forest of Cutting Shadows, which I think is just a badass name for a song. When you're like going through like this creepy forest in like the fog. There's another one called Dilemma that plays as you're like climbing a cliff up to Viper Manor, which is a really great track too. The last thing that I want to say about this is this is a pretty melancholic game. It deals a lot with relationships and kind of like fleeting relationships and loss. And when Scars of Time is playing, as it's starting and opening up, there's a book that kind of opens up. And there's a short poem that appears on the screen that really kind of captures the essence of the game and really fits in well with the music. And I'm just going to read that really quick.
Cool.
What was the start of all of this? When did the cogs of fate begin to turn? Perhaps it's impossible to grasp the answer now, from deep within the flow of time. But for a certainty, back then, we loved so many, yet hated so much. We hurt others and were hurt ourselves. And yet, even then, we ran like the wind, whilst our laughter echoed under cerulean skies. Just
I love that. I just wish. Well, you know what? The people listening to the podcast will get some lovely music behind that. I just wish that it had some of the music behind those words for us, you know. Jealous for the people listening right now.
It's really good. And the ending track for the true ending, called Radical Dreamers, is also like top notch. It's just acoustic guitar and singing, and it is just wow, chef's kiss.
That's gonna be in there.
Yeah, I just want to add one thing that I give Zach a hard time about so many things in life, but I don't think I could ever give him a hard time about his love for this game because it's infectious. Like, it's just the one thing I like lay off of because it's so good, and the music for this game is so good. I have never been at like I've never gotten into it in the level that he has, but I actually really love seeing his passion for it. So it was a lot of fun. All right.
That's awesome. All right. So with that, we'll leave the best OST ever behind at number 10. And we'll move on to our number 9 pick.
Number 9.
We'll set up a portal device at the tube.
At number 9, we have Doom 2016.
You guys ready? Let's do it.
Fuck yes. I love this category.
Yes.
I mean, holy shit. That's so good. Oh, I was so sad. My internet cut out of the middle of that. There's like going to be a part of this podcast where I'm like, I don't even know what thing I'm at. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. I might be like this. I have no idea. But
You're more like
I'm sure I froze for like 5 to 10 seconds in that where my internet turned on and off. But we're back. And Doom 2016, man. On the way to the baseball game tonight, when we got in the car, my son Ryan, 8 years old, he goes, "Hey Dad, can we listen to Slipknot?"
Attaboy.
Because he likes to get himself. He's one of those kids. He like wants to get himself like really like just amped up,
Psyched up, man. Hell yeah.
like amped up for a baseball game.
Mm-hmm.
After the song he likes from Slipknot plays, I was like, "Hey, can we play some stuff off the Doom 2016 soundtrack that I already have loaded up because I've been listening to it for this podcast?" He's like, "Sure." And I played BFG Division. I played Rip and Tear on there. And by the way, he had 2 hits tonight, a double and a single and a walk. Every time he got to bat, he was freaking there because there's just nothing that amps you up like Doom 2016 and just Doom games in general. But I think Doom 2016 is my personal favorite. Composed by Mick Gordon. It's like Doom 2016 is like, as a game and music, is it's like a love letter to the original Doom. Like Doom had kind of gotten a little bit away from its roots, you know, gone a little bit more horror for some years, and Doom 2016 was this like return to just this like fast, gruesome, like demented trip into hell. I mean, honestly, if you're gonna describe Doom 2016 in one word, it's badass. That
Fuck yeah.
game is badass, and it needed some badass music to go with it, and it's perfect. I mean, it is the most badass OST to ever exist, in my opinion.
Sure, and it takes a lot to offer too. Digging into this thing, I did it last. I figured, hey, you know, we've got a heavy metal soundtrack. I've been cutting heavy metal since I was 14 years old. This should be a walk in the park. You know, let's wrap it up at the end. But I spent an extra 2 hours with this soundtrack.
Oh my gosh, you were up so late. I was up with you like just before you started working on that, man. Oh
so
my gosh.
this soundtrack is just riff-a-rama. Okay, it's riff-a-rama. And so many styles of metal are represented here.
Yeah.
I tried to pull different ones, you know, maybe to the untrained ear, it all just kind of sounds like distorted guitars and double bass drums. But I mean, you've got grindcore elements in there. You know, I'm hearing like machine metal, like think like Meshuggah, like European style, like metal bands like that. I'm hearing represented, like you know, also like industrial metal. Like you've got like parts of this that sound like it could have came right off of like a 9 Inch Nails record. You know, just with the you know, the distortion cranked past 10. You know, this was a pleasure to dive into. Again, I have not played Doom 2016 more than a couple hours. I delved, but shit, man, I may just dump in just for the vibes of the feel, just to get the lead out now. I mean, this soundtrack is nasty business, people.
Look, Doom. I've said
Doom
this
2016
before.
is nasty business.
I've said this before, and Doom Eternal does it, I think, even more. But I think it's like kind of came on the coattails of Doom 2016, where they realized that it kind of like became, because the music is so good, a rhythm game. Like people were just straight up like shooting to the beats. Like honestly, like they were like, it's one of those things like you find yourself like playing to the same kind of vibe that the music is playing, where you just are like, I mean, it's a whole vibe, man. There's just nothing better. Like sometimes you feel like chilling out, playing like a peaceful game. So sometimes you just want to like be like aggressive and just like badass. You put some like headphones on, you turn the volume up, and you just shoot demons in their dumb faces on your way to hell. And like this whole soundtrack is just filled to the brim with music that fits that mood to perfection. There's nothing like it, and like it's like peak metal gaming. I love it so much. This listening to that is like, well, I guess I'll go play that now.
The soundtrack, it's become a meme at this point. It's like when the doom metal or when the doom music hits. You know, you've seen those videos, and they just pair it with like anime, or some like action movie or something, where the doom music just kicks on as soon as the action gets super heavy and like crazy.
Like if that music comes on and you don't feel like literally getting up and just like punching shit around your room and just like being like an insane person, then that just music isn't for you. But like anybody who enjoys that,
Yeah.
God, that's so good. I mean, it's perfect.
I haven't played much of Doom 2016 either, but yeah, fucking metal music is just instant serotonin injected into your veins, and yeah, that hits it really hard. And it also has led to the creation of you're talking about shooting on the beat. A couple other games have come out from this time that are amazing. I think just took direct inspiration from exactly that.
Yeah.
You got beats per bullets per minute and Metal Hellsinger straight ripping it, because hell, that's a fucking amazing.
Hey, for us VR lovers out there, also Pistol Whip. Don't sleep on Pistol Whip VR players. That game is like Beat Saber with guns. So good. Anyway, so glad this one made this list.
With that, I think we're gonna leave hell behind and rise to heaven, aka Spira, at number 8.
Number 8.
Yuna.
We have Final Fantasy X.
How about that, fellas? Final
Not
Fantasy
bad.
X.
Amazing.
Yep. Series.
Love that last track. It's so
Yeah, series composer Nobuo Uematsu, responsible for this. Just incredible. The whole thing from top to bottom. Another one, very difficult to make selections. I think, so we had to start with two Xanarkand. It's the music that plays when you start the game every time. Like Zach said, you kind of have like Final Fantasy X kind of did the Tarantino thing, right? Where you start the game kind of close to the end, and then you kind of work from the beginning.
Let me tell you my
my
story.
Exactly. So you've got that kind of, that piano thing going on, right? And it sets a tone there. Like, this is an emotional game. This is
Puts
a
you
game.
right in the feels. Xanarkand puts you right in the feels immediately.
Bingo. But it's somewhere in the middle. You get lost in this kind of wacky world, with the whole thing doesn't have that tone, right? But, you set your game down, and then every time you start it, though, right? It starts with two Xanarkands. Before you can get your hand on, before you can start your save game, you're always going to hear this. And you're always going to be reminded that you're heading for something heavy, which I think this track really kind of helps nail down. The second one we heard was called Besaid Island. The track titles for these aren't, all that. Besaid Island, it's the music that plays on Besaid. Not a track that you hear a terrible amount, only in that one area, but this one was my absolute favorite of the entire soundtrack, which, I don't know how many people agree with that or not. I don't think it's touted as one of the best tracks on the soundtrack, but to me, it's just got really great vibes.
It's the starting area of the game. It's like the first sort of like tutorial area that you run through. And
right.
It's very chill, where you meet Waka and you're like just running around on the island. It's I love it.
Yeah, just bumping out. So if you didn't get far in Final Fantasy X, you still recognize this one because it's one of the first one that plays, and it's really good. And then of course at the end, fight with Seymour there. I think a lot of people find that one to be the best track on the album, and or should I say the soundtrack. And I can't disagree with them. It's incredible. How about that crash cymbal, right? So you've got that kind of cool, like, yeah, exactly. You've got that cool, like, bass for them going, and you've kind of got, you're starting, maybe you're, if you own a pair of shoulders or hips, like, one of them, at least one of them's going at that moment. And then there comes that crash cymbal, that bang, 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 like reminding you that you're in a conflict, that, don't get too comfortable, don't get too groovy. Like, we're coming at you with this. And, I really dig it, and Uematsu is a legend, and this soundtrack is no exception to that rule with Uematsu. So
this is the last soundtrack that he did, I think, before he went independent.
Right. You're right about that. It was kind of like, okay, I'm going to get you to 10 and get out of here, but the guy is just absolutely legendary, and like I said, this soundtrack is no exception. I had a ton of fun digging through it and listening to it with you guys. And if you want more, I would implore you to go listen to the rest of it, because there's a lot of goodies there.
The one thing I'll say, I don't have much to add, but like I went to go refresh my memory on this soundtrack of this game. It's not a Final Fantasy I played a ton of, but like I was like, oh, go search for this. And you know what like came up? Just a ton of professional orchestras, like symphonies, like whole symphonies dedicated to this one game. Like music is good when it's like, we don't care, movie, game, whatever, like we are like some 78-year-old woman on like a violin is playing this music, because it just transcends everything. It's that good.
Yeah, I really like the Cloister of Trials music, also with chants.
I think he's funny. He's peeking his mic. It's funny. Like your mic peaks when you go low.
I just wanted to read comments from Caden really quickly.
Oh, cool. Yeah, please do.
He nominated this one. He said, "The crown jewel of my top 5 will undoubtedly be Final Fantasy X. This game means so much to me. I was maybe 10 or 12 or something like that when I first played it. and it was the first game that really sparked something in me and made me love the stories video games could tell and the emotions they could make me feel. Of course, the music is a huge part of that, so yeah, this OST is heavily colored by nostalgia for me, and I can almost replay the game in my head just by listening to it.
Yeah. Good call.
Wise words. Yep.
Lot of good Final Fantasy options, but there's just some that have to kind of stand above the rest.
For sure. Any other comments about Final Fantasy X?
Nope.
All right. With that, we'll leave Spira behind and move on to our number 7 pick.
Number 7.
At number 7, we have Shadow of the Colossus.
All right.
Oh man, just goosebumps again. God damn.
Yeah.
This is just gonna be an episode of nothing but goosebumps. Shadow of the Colossus. Hey, second time in a row that they have made the podcast with the horse last time and with the music this time. And a big reason for that is gravity, because you felt gravity with that horse and your emotions, and you feel the gravity of what you're about to go and do with the music. Good gosh, does this make it seem like you are fighting something that is just towering over you and feeling like it's just going to squish you beneath its feet? And that's what you're doing in the entire game, is just fighting these things that literally could. And it makes it feel so hectic and crazy. And you're trying to figure out what to do as this music's bumping in the background. Just an amazing, amazing track. And with the gravity, it kind of makes sense, because the composer, Otani Ko, is actually the same person who made Godzilla, the soundtrack for Godzilla, Mothra, and King Ghidorah, Giant Monsters All Out, Mobile Suit Gundam Wing, Heisei Gamera. So, like, he's just all about the big stuff, and you feel it in this music. It feels like there's something huge coming after you. But the soundtracks, we listened to some great songs there. We went through, the first one was The Opened Way, and then A Violent Encounter, and then A Messenger from Behind. All amazing stuff. But then even with those quieter moments in the game where you have a little bit of music, it just fills that space perfectly. And as we talked about last time, it's a fairly empty game for the most part, besides that girl, your horse, and yourself, and all of these giant colossi. And the music becomes a companion in this game to take you through those rough moments and to take you into these amazing confrontations with these colossi. Really, really great stuff. And I think this is one of the reasons that when it first came out, the soundtrack is definitely one of the reasons when it first came out, why it had such an impact on gamers and why it was so well received. Just really, really great stuff. You got anything about it?
Messenger behind that last track, man. I mean, don't tell me that's not like straight out of like a Jaws movie, right?
It's freaking epic, dude.
That cello coming at you, and then the strings,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, it's right out of a horror soundtrack. Like, it rides your spine. It gets you ready for like something crazy to happen. Love it.
I need to go and continue to add the rest of the stuff that was nominated, because we made this whole like GGD playlist on YouTube, and then I think Dan helped us kind of put a lot of that on Spotify. He may have overloaded it though with like thousands and thousands of songs. He was like, "Oh, we're gonna put every song on every OST ever made on this." But I
got a mind for gold on that one.
I just started to put like a song or two from each game on there, and I've been listening to it because it's honestly so good. Because I didn't know a lot of the music that other people really liked, and you know, we have some really music savvy people in the Discord. You know, like shout out to Misdriven, to Matt, who does the music for the main, and kind of like has a little bit of a hand in what Brad did to kind of contort his music into our intro and stuff. But we have some musically inclined people, and so I was like, I gotta go listen to this stuff. But I kept coming back to the Shadow of Colossus. Like, I think the one that I put in there was the Swift Horse one, and it's just so good. And the music in this game does so much heavy lifting, because there's, like we said in the last episode and some other times, like there's not a whole lot going on in this game. A lot of times it's just kind of you riding around. There's not a lot of dialogue. So like the music has even more of an impact, because that's what you have to go off of for sound. And man, did they freaking nail it. It's so epic and good. And Goosebumps City, man. Population, my arms.
Beautiful.
Yeah, another really good slow track is just called Prologue, which is, I think, the music that plays as the credits are rolling and you're watching the cutscene for the setup of the game, and it's beautiful, just with the harps and the flute, and it's just really poignant. And that one stuck with me since I played the game. When was that? 2007 or something like that. When I first played it, I just remember that track so much, because I was like, "Whoa, this game has amazing music." Just from the very beginning. Yeah,
and the audience is going to pick up a little more than we're going to get this evening. So, you know, some of these honorable mention tracks are going to be slipped in, so you're probably hearing it right now.
Yeah, for sure. Jealous.
All right. Well, taking it back old school. Moving on from number 7 to number 6.
Number 6.
At number 6, we've got Mega Man 2. Brad's excited about this one.
You know it. All right, kids. All right. 8 bits, 4 channels, 1 masterpiece of a soundtrack. Guys, when I tell you that narrowing this one down was easily the most difficult job for me of this whole one. This came out in 1988, guys. On the NES, you've got, like I said, you've got 8-bit sounds. You've got very limited space on that chip. You have 4 channels. You've got, on a typical NES game, you've got 2 square waves, a triangle wave, and you've got a noise channel. Your noise channel is typically where you're going to create your drum tracks. Your triangle channel is where you're going to create your back bass. And then you've got 2 square channels to do, some melody with. Takashi Tatishi composed this one, along with some help from Mega Man 1's composer, Matsumi was her name. So I kind of made a little sandwich there. The first track and the last track were composed by the Mega Man 1 composer. The intro music and the end credits music, everything in the middle was Tatishi. Just incredible. What was done to pull something like this off in '88 is remarkable. Again, you've got a lot of really great NES soundtracks, but for me, this game is where my affection for video game soundtracks begin. I'll tell you a little story quick. I was the kid who would sneak upstairs to my grandmother's apartment, and I would steal her Walkman. And I had figured out that the left channel on a set of headphones was a microphone, right? I would record this soundtrack off of a old CRT television from like the 70s. We're talking wood paneling here, right? I would make mixes of this soundtrack, and I would put on a blue sweatsuit. I created an arm cannon out of a Nerf football that I would stuff on the end of my arm, and I would put the Walkman in my pocket. Actually, the waistband of these sweatpants, these blue sweatpants. And I would play this soundtrack in my head and run around my backyard, pretending that I was taking down the Robot Masters and hunting down Wily and saving the universe. This is as nostalgic and as close to my heart as it gets. Now, we've got a ton of soundtracks on this list. Some of them could win Grammys, and Mega Man 2 isn't going to. But for me, this is the beginning. This is absolutely the beginning for me. Every last track gives me goosebumps. It was like playing a game of Kill Your Babies. Just trying to narrow this one down. For your information, you heard title screen music. Then it was Metal Man stage, Woodman stage, and then Dr. Wily's Castle, or Wily 1, as most people refer to it. That's probably the most popular and recognized track on the soundtrack, and then we ended with the end credits music. But I could go all night about this soundtrack, but I won't. I did leave a little extra room for this soundtrack. I'm not sure if you fellas noticed, but that little sample went just a little bit longer than the others have.
Find the Brad ellishment.
I could not help myself on this one because this one means so much. Anyone else?
It holds up. It holds up.
It's unbelievable.
Really good. I just say it also always puts a smile on my face when I come into one of our chats and Brad's sitting there working on music. And most of the time he's working on one of these tracks and remixing it somehow. And it always puts a smile on my face to hear that. And this track is not one that I had when I was a kid because I wasn't, as Hunter put earlier, a twinkle in my dad's life.
You weren't even in his nuts yet. This is pre-dad's nutsack.
But it's an amazing soundtrack, and the fact that you're right, the fact that they're able to do this with what they had available to them is astounding.
You just for context, just to make us all feel super old, we are basically the same distance away from the year 2060 as we are from when they were making the music for this game. Right. That's the distance we're talking about. That's how long ago it was, and the fact that. And you say it won't win a Grammy, but there are a whole host of dorky, musically talented people coming up that are like playing this music, specifically Mega Man 2, in concerts. Like, just like either covering it or doing like whole concerts of like just covers of Mega Man 2. That's how good this fucking music is.
Shout out Neskimos.
There you go. Neskimos is so good.
I just have one comment. I know why they call it the Woodman stage, because this music getting me a little excited here.
Sorry, I meant this.
I love it.
No, it's an amazing soundtrack. And if anybody is qualified to talk about it, Brad, it's you, King Chippo himself.
I do a little chip tunes. I specifically work NES.
You're a fucking genius, and my ringtone proves it every day that somebody calls me. I'm like, I wish more people called me so I could listen to Brad's music.
I'm gonna start calling you.
Call
just
me.
Random. Call an answer. Expect an answer.
Wes calls me like every other day, and I listen to Brad music, and it makes me like him more.
All right,
that's the idea.
Well, that's you. But for someone who does kind of do this as a hobby, kind of a journeyman chipper, this soundtrack and some other choice NES Castlevania 3, some other ones slip in there, and I've used samples from this soundtrack in almost every single chip I've made, and I've made probably 40 or 50 of them by now.
Wow.
Lean heavily on the Mega Man business. Really good stuff. The whole series is good. Side fact, in Japan, Mega Man is Rockman. It's not just because it was based on a rock, paper, scissors concept where one robot's weapon defeats the other, but it's also because, it's supposed to be like rock music. If you listen to the Mega Man 1 soundtrack, there's actually a ton of like rip-offs. Like there's like Journey songs in there that have just went chip. Like no one got sued. So yeah, this franchise was based on like, let's get some rockin' tunes in here, and Mega Man 1 through 6 delivered.
Rock, roll,
bingo,
beat, bass,
treble, bass, right? Totally, man.
Yep. For sure.
Anyway.
Right on. Excellent soundtrack. Happy that we got something so classic in here.
Yeah, hell yeah,
for sure. Moving into something a little bit more modern. At our number 5 pick.
Number 5.
Come on, hurry up. You see that? Shh, don't scare it.
I won't.
What are you doing?
It's all right. Come here. Hey, hurry up. Come on.
Hey there. So fucking cool.
We have The Last of Us.
Yeah, that's quite a shift from Mega Man 2. God, yeah. This was a little bit of the, I don't want to call it an outlier, but it's got a very different place here on this list. And one of the reasons I love these top 10s is that it's a community top 10. This isn't, I mean, we love this, by the way. I don't want to like get ahead of myself. We love this, but any small group of people trying to make a top 10, a singular person, you're going to get a very typical, like, distinct type of game that fits into their biases. But because it's a community one, like, we have such a great collection of music here, and this just kind of like shows that off. I think this and like Doom, that it's a wide range of opinions that make its way into this, which is what makes it so awesome and unique. And this one is definitely unique. The Last of Us, I mean, talk about music fitting a game perfectly. This is music composed by Gustavo, and I'm gonna try and pronounce it right. I'm not sure. His name is very hard, I think, to pronounce. It's got a lot of letters to it. I think it's Santaolalla. So thanks, Wes. Santaolalla.
Santaolalla.
Santaolalla. Thank you. So it really captures the melancholy tone of the game. The whole point of the music, I think, is to make the player connect on an emotional level with the characters, right? Like, this is a game that's about, I mean, it's got a lot of sadness. It's got a lot of heartbreak in it. It's very isolating. But the music is never like overbearing. Like, it never like takes over like what's going on in the story. It just complements it perfectly. Where it's one of those things like you almost don't even really notice it's there when you're playing, but like you can't imagine playing the game without this incredible music going on. And from what I understand, Neil Druckmann just gave a lot of liberty to the musicians to just make it like their own thing and kind of give them free reign. And this is a lot of what they came up with. It's a lot of it's very unorthodox, but it fits this already incredible story so much. And I think from like Mega Man 2 to here, Naughty Dog, like, they just refuse to put out anything that isn't of like the highest artistic quality. And as a studio, they really blurred the lines between what games and movies produce, right? Like in terms of like production quality. And this is like a perfect example of that, where like you're playing a game still and it's a great game, but everything on the outside, like all of the acting is brilliant and the music is just brilliant. And you couldn't imagine playing this game to any other soundtrack. It just fits into it, and it's just like if you never even knew these games existed, if you knew nothing about them, and you went in with a completely blank slate and somebody just played this music, you would feel sad and heartbroken. And that is a lot. I mean, there's also battle music and some other music that goes into it, but a lot of like the bass music, it just is like got a heartbreaking tone to it. And it was one of my favorite games ever. And I don't think before this entire list, I really sat back and appreciated how good the music was until now. I'm happy I made this list because like I went back and like was like, God, yeah, this really does fit. It's freaking incredible what they were able to do.
Just the guitar tones alone. I don't know if anyone noticed while that first track, Last of Us, was warming up, I was pointing to my right phone. It's because if you're listening to this in like a stereo setup, you can hear that not only like the bass coming in slow, like over that beautifully recorded acoustic. I mean, that thing sounds so clean, but you can hear, which you often do in acoustic music. This isn't anything, unique to this soundtrack, but just right down to the palm tapping the body of the acoustic guitar and the fingers sliding across the fretboard and the strings on the fretboard, like this soundtrack was recorded like organically, and it sounds like it's part of like nature, like it's got its own kind of pulse, and it's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, they made they made it for both the games, but the video is like 11 years old at this point, but they did a making of the music of The Last of Us, and you can catch that on YouTube, and it's well worth a watch because it's incredible to see like what all went into making this music. It's fairly unorthodox, but it's a good watch.
Yeah, gorgeous.
That first song, The Last of Us, I feel like encapsulates the highs and lows that game takes you through, gets you to a calm spot, and then just hits you again with something heavy, and that really just follows along with the whole game. Yeah. It is an absolutely astounding soundtrack. I think would not have made the show that they came out with, would not have hit as hard without the songs popping in from the game.
Yeah.
But for us as gamers who were watching it to have that music hit, and for us to get put back in that moment.
100% drilled the music on the shows too. The show's music is just so good. I mean, you wanna tear up. If you're due for a good cry. Mm-hmm. Last of Us, the games, the shows, whatever you want. Like those games will deliver some tears.
That was an opening on the TV show that I just never skipped, just because the music was so good.
Yeah, never skipped that one. Yeah, that one. We could do a whole thing on like TV show intros you never skip, like Dexter for sure, Mindhunter.
Game of Thrones was always a good one.
Mandalorian, I love.
Look at this freaking rabbit hole I just went down with you guys.
I mean, you could let Wes and I go off on anime intros, but we won't go down that.
We're not going to go down that road. We don't have time for that tonight. At some point, some of us have to go to bed. So
pump the brakes.
We got plenty of good video game music still to talk about here.
Yes, we do.
So, speaking of good video game music, we're going to leave The Last of Us behind. Left behind. And move on to number 4.
Number 4.
Very clever, fiend. Invoking Heracles' name in an attempt to drive me to a jealous rage. It shall not work, but you shall dearly pay nevertheless.
At number 4, it's Hades.
damn, we said it multiple times here, but it is the chills episode and the goosebumps.
Yeah, that's what
episode
we
with
should
us.
have called it the chills
This is
episode.
the this is the goosebumps episode or something.
Sure.
Jeez, Hades, it hits with the music every time it's supposed to. That battle music
that way.
is programmed that way, exactly. That battle music, like as soon as you hit a new room and it pops up and you're getting into your fight, you hear all the enemies spawning and you get in and you blast them all, and then as soon as you're done, it goes off and you're like, oh, a little brief moment of rest. Then you hit the next door and it pops right back in. And it's kind of got that same aspect that Doom had, where it's like you're fighting kind of to the beat a little bit as you're running around and smacking the enemies. And it really, really does a great job of keeping you in that moment. And a lot of times, thinking back on when I was playing it, like I feel like maybe I took it a little bit for granted. I know I love the soundtrack, and I always think back on it finally when I go listen to it. But that soundtrack, it blends so well into everything else that you're doing that it is seamless with the game, and you can really feel all the love that was put into it. One of the key aspects of that being part of the game is you are saving the kind of love of Orpheus and his muse Eurydice, who are taken into two different places. Orpheus has been taken in as the singer of the court of Hades, basically, and he's supposed to be there doing music, but he just can't sing. And then you find in Asphodel, I believe, is when you find her, in Eurydice. You find her there, and every time you find her, she's singing the most beautiful song you've heard in the game so far. And you come to realize that these two had a thing, and she was actually his muse in life, and he actually came to hell to try and find her to get his muse back. And as you continue to kind of work with Orpheus, you get to get these songs added to an actual place you can go look at them in the game and listen to them again and again. And that all culminates in that final song that we heard there, which is In the Blood, which it's kind of like the credits song as you're coming back with Persephone, that is sung by both Orpheus and Eurydice. Now, I gotta give shout outs to the singers of this. Eurydice it was Ashley Barrett was the singing voice, and Orpheus is Darren Korb, who is also the composer of all of the music for Hades. He's been working with Supergiant for a while, so if you've heard his stuff on Bastion, Transistor, Pyre, and Hades.
Shout out Transistor.
Yeah, he's done an amazing job with those games and really bringing the music into them the way it needs to be. This Hades would not feel the same if they had not done this. And for a little indie studio, it's spectacular. It's exceptional. It's incredibly good.
I back Zach up on that. Yeah, I back Zach up on that. Yeah, this music in this game is not only excellent, but like expertly implemented and integrated into this video game. And it wouldn't be half the game it is without it. I mean, it's pulse pounding, it's driving, it's motivating, it's rhythmic. It makes you a better Hades player, you know, which is awesome. You know, anyone just a comment on one of the tracks of the Bloodless? That's the third one we heard. That's got that ding 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 ding. Oh, like real, like for me, like as a you know, as a started playing guitar when I was about 12 years old, bass at 11. But it's got that real like angry teenager like strumming at the acoustic guitar that he got that wasn't the electric guitar that he wanted. You know, like real like Nirvana Unplugged vibes there, just like, you know, pressing on this thing like it's, you know, like obviously masterfully done. I'm not trying to compare you know, whoever played guitar on this track to a, you know, to a teenage kid, but it's got that like that down strumming kind of, you know, like real good there, you know. And then
you're talking about a game that's based around like a rebellious teenage kid, so like it fits pretty well.
Yeah. And then, you know, as Zach mentioned, In the Blood is just, if you've played the game and you've read all the lore and didn't just skip through it, like that is really awesome to like wrap the game up. Like we have these real warm tones, and then like with the horns, coming in, and then the timpani's hitting, and then the strum, like, and it just crescendos to that final chorus that we heard. I made sure to include that. Like, the end of this is just so gorgeous, and it really does wrap up your experience. Brings it all home.
I want to touch on one thing. I don't have a lot else to add to this, but I do want to touch on one word that you said in there, Brad. Like one concept that I think, like, throughout all of this shouldn't be lost on any of these games, and this one does it probably better than all the ones that have preceded it. But like, program is a great word. Like, programmed in. Like, 'cause that's the thing.
Literally programmed.
Yeah, like music for games is like on a whole different level, because it can't just be written for, like, we're gonna play this from this time to this time. Like, programming it in and making it blend and work in a way like it does in this game it's kind of an incredible part of video game OSTs as well. Sure, you can go on YouTube and listen to them start to finish, but a lot of these games, they're made to, like, basically repeat, change, like blend from one to the other.
If you're just standing there outside of a door, it'll loop, like, just the chill, until you step through the door, and then it's ramping it up. But the same track.
Just cut it. It can't just like cut and start. Like, it has to be programmed into blending. That's kind of what makes it amazing.
Shout out to Monkey Island 2 soundtrack, and I'm not going to go into it. Look it up. It's got this. It's one of the first video games to ever incorporate a system where it guarantees that the track never ends. So you can take Guybrush Threepwood and walk back and forth between maps, and no matter where you are in the track, the game will make a mix between one track to the other, no matter where one ends and where one starts. Like, in the process, like, it's an absolutely incredible software that was developed in like 1989. Look it up, Monkey Island 2 soundtrack, and just see, like, the technical marvel that is. And Hades does this, where it's like, it's just kind of waiting on you to get into it, and then it starts to ramp it up on you, which is so dope.
So one of the things I'm loving about this, Monkey Island 2, Transistor, 2 games nominated, massive spoilers, not in the top 3, but shout out to them. Any other games you want to, like, spoil, not in the top 3?
I won't be doing that.
Only on GGD Gaiden will you get a shout out for the soundtrack to Monkey Island 2.
Yeah. You got about like 104 more games to go, and then we'll know what the top 3 is.
I think we should find out what's in the top 3 right now.
Let's do it.
Starting with number 3.
Number 3.
At number 3, we've got Nier Automata.
come to life.
Man, what a soundtrack, Nier Automata. I mean, this was by and large one of the most popular soundtracks within our community. I'm honestly surprised that it's only at 3 because it was, on so many people's lists. Maybe it wasn't at the very top, but easy top 3 for sure. So this soundtrack was composed by Keiichi Okabe and Keigo Washi, and it contains 46 tracks, pretty much all of which are bangers. There are a few outliers, a few that are a little bit on the silly side, but they're all really good. The whole soundtrack really embodies this kind of spirit of a wild, lonely planet that's been decimated by war, which is exactly what the world of this game is. The setting of this game takes place thousands of years in the future. The planet has been abandoned by humanity because aliens attacked with their robotic subservient enemies and attack the planet and basically cause the humans to go into exile. And there's very little human organic life still on the planet. Nature's reclaimed a lot of what humanity built, and it's kind of similarly to Shadow of the Colossus. This is a very lonely place, and so it also brings in a lot of sort of alien kind of mechanical mechanoid quality to the music in a lot of cases, which is fitting because that's kind of the setting of the story. And you might notice almost all of the tracks have lyrics or some sort of chanting in the background. The interesting thing about that is not an actual language being sung. That is what is called chaos language. And it was created by lyricist Emmy Evans, who you hear in the background of most of those tracks, along with some other singers in some cases. And it's a composite language made up of different parts of English, Japanese, Spanish, Italian, Gaelic, Portuguese, and French. Basically, what she did was she took words that she liked out of each of those languages and took those words and sort of broke them up and added or subtracted letters and made them fit phonetically into the music and just started singing it. And so it is based on languages, but it's not an actual language.
That's amazing.
crazy.
It really is crazy.
I never picked up on that. I always just thought it was a language I didn't speak.
Yeah, so with the exception of Weight of the World, which was the last track that we heard on the soundtrack, everything else is this kind of random made-up language that sounds like somebody is singing something, maybe in another language, but it's not an actual language. So that was very, very cool. Some of the tracks that we didn't play, so the tracks that we played were Copied City, which was the first, Memories of Dust, which takes place in the desert area of the game. Very, very fitting tune. It's just called Amusement Park, which you plays when you're fighting through an abandoned amusement park, and then the ending theme of the game, Weight of the World. There's a couple of other tunes that I would like to shout out. There's one called Fortress of Lies that is extremely subtle, and it takes place on the kind of the space station base that orbits Earth that you Yorha is kind of doing all their operations out of, and it's just like 2 notes more or less, just played on a like a chime or something like that. But when you go back and you play through the story and you go back and it like really gives this feeling of isolation in space, and it's just perfect. And you can't listen to it and say, oh, this is a great track. You're not gonna go but it's really fitting. And then the name of the track actually is very fitting as well for the story of the game. And then there's another really, really great tune. There's a character in the game called Emil. And Emil is a character that carries over from the original Nier. He was one of the main characters in the original Nier. And he's kind of the only character carried over. No, that's not true. There are a few other characters that are carried over. But Emil's one of the main ones. And he plays the role of shopkeeper in this game, and he's just a head on a golf cart basically and you'll just see him like randomly driving around, and as he's driving around, like this music plays, like he's playing it off of like a loudspeaker on his golf cart shop or whatever. And if you listen to the whole track, it's funny because the track just keeps going and going and going, and he's singing words like, come to my shop, I've got great stuff for sale for you. It's always on sale. It's the lowest price you'll ever find. And he just keeps going. And I don't remember if the English track does this, but in the Japanese track, he starts getting tired while he's singing because it just keeps looping and going. And he's like, la 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 la. And he's like, really? Are we still going? As it starts looping back again. It's hilarious. It's just so good. And I love that they kind of add some of those silly elements back in also. But yeah, just a great soundtrack overall. Really emotional, and just something that like I got it on my phone. I play it regularly as I'm just driving around. It's very listenable. So really recommend it. You guys have anything on Nier Automata?
I mean, it's another one of those that you can probably go hear symphonies around the world recreating. The game is a masterpiece, and it needed soundtrack to go with it, and it delivers on that. I agree with you. I think it might have actually gotten, from a stats standpoint, I think it actually might have been on the most number of top 10s. Not ranked high enough to push it past number 1 and number 2 on this list, but I do think that it at least either tied or had as many inclusions in people's top 10s as any other game. So, yeah. Special one, special game. Not as much to say. It's beautiful stuff. I mean, that's only like a very small taste of what that game's music has to offer. So,
yeah, Forest Kingdom is another awesome one, just to shout out, and then Pascal is another amazing track. And hopefully we'll have some of those playing kind of underneath the discussion here.
Noted. We'll get it in there, dude. We have control over this. We could make it happen.
It's already been cut.
Yeah. Oh, Brad's already done it, dude. Brad is our music czar over here.
Awesome. All right. Well, as good as Nier Automata is, we've got to hit up our number 2 banger soundtrack.
Number 2.
At number 2, Persona 5 Royal.
All right. Guess ready to shake.
You're back, you're only back, and you hide behind claiming might is right. Raise your fist to the sky, what below your boots, calling the name. Like colors fly, tell us who to love and who to hate, and fight and fight with the memories over mirrors. Please stay true to your convictions. In this it is harder to do the same. So choose a color to live by. Your color with your virtue, give it all. Live your best, 'cause I've been left with you. You can rule the world with colors flying high. You know that if you stay true, green or blue, red or white, you can lose. Live your colors flying high. Try to run me through, hold on, think again. Don't you know what you're starting? But you sure we got the clue. How bad this we go? Don't you know? No more art. And as you look to the horizon, not a cloud, but then stormy weather's go too cold. Seems like it crept up out of nowhere, all around you is not what you foretold. You never see it coming. You see that my mind is too fast for eyes. You're done, but the time it hit you, you're not surprised.
Guys,
Mm.
holy crap.
Oh, so juicy. So juicy.
So you remember before the show when I said you're going to hate me? This entry is why. Yeah, settle in. Brad is going to change gears here because this one...
I'm going to go get a drink. I'll be back.
Yeah, right? Oh, I'm sorry. I feel bad now. Anyway, I do have some things to say about Persona 5 Royal and the Persona series in general. Series composer Shoji Meguro and vocalist Lin Inazumi absolutely deliver in this soundtrack. From top to bottom, it's stacked. It's from every corner of town, from every classroom, every last piece of music in this soundtrack is absolutely ridiculous. Another very difficult one for me to narrow down to, and if you notice, I did cheat. That was almost 5 minutes of Persona 5 music.
Noticed.
Worth it.
Worth it. Totally
No
worth it.
complaints. No complaints.
Oh, well, you're gonna, because I cheated again. Just hang tight a minute. So the first one we heard is Colors Flying High. That's the intro music to Persona 5 Royal. Royal is the version of the game that got voted in. So, there are some new tracks on there. We heard 2 of them. The first one, Colors Flying High, again, is the intro to Persona 5 Royal. It's got that real nasty, like, distorted sawtooth bass going on. That boom, boom, it's kind of the deep end of that organ, and then you get the kind of poppy bass coming back in. So cool. Just the tone in that song is just beautiful. Again, backed up by Inazumi's, just insanely powerful voice. This woman has a set of pipes on her like you wouldn't believe. Of course, you hear that in Last Surprise, which is the battle music for Persona 5 Vanilla. It's also featured in Royal. And then Layer Cake, which people will recognize as the music that plays in the weapon shop. I think a lot of us have spent a lot of extra time looking through weapons, taking their time in the weapon shop because of this one.
My kids asked me to play that in the car. Like, they put it on.
I've set the controller down on this one a number of times. And then lastly, I Believe, which is the end track there of Persona 5 Royal. Another one where Inazumi really shines. Big, powerful vocals. Now, if you think for a second that this woman is being produced in a studio, again, the Persona series composer, Meguro, he's worked on them all. So it's always this one guy who writes all this incredible music. And he brings on different, for each soundtrack. So Persona 3 is more kind of hip-hop R&B, and then Persona 4, you've got more of that kind of pop thing going on, that J-pop, pop idol thing going on, and then with Persona 5, you've just got this acid jazz soundtrack. So he composes this stuff, and then he brings on a different team every time. There are these concerts that you can attend in Japan. They're called P-Sound or Persona Sound Bomb, where once a year they get the whole band together, including Meguro, who it plays lead guitar right there on stage with the rest of them, and they gather the vocalists from Persona 3, 4, and 5, and they have these massive concerts, like at Saitama Super Arena. I mean, we're talking like 90,000 people here come to listen to this music. And just in case you think that Inazumi is produced in a studio, I have an extra little track to play here for you. This is this woman's pipes live. Okay, so if you think she's getting any favors from a studio environment, I've got something to show you. We're gonna play an extra little clip here. It's only a couple minutes. I tried to keep it short, but it's gonna show you what this woman can do. Here we go.
You never say come
amazing.
Holy crap!
Unbelievable, right?
Yeah,
Pretty-
man. Why wasn't I
pretty
there?
good.
Why wasn't I there? I
Yeah.
want to be there.
So, last one, I promise. I've got one more thing for you.
Oh man!
It's just the entire Persona 3 concert.
No, we're okay. 30 seconds. Like I mentioned, we've got the same composer at work here on all 3 games, and you've got all 3 female vocalists in the same room. So this man has written medleys for these women to sing. They're absolutely unbelievable. And I'm going to cheat here. This isn't off the Persona 5 soundtrack, but this is the 3 female vocalists from Persona 3, 4, and 5 doing a medley of songs from Persona 3, 4, and 5. I cut it down to 30, 40 seconds here because I knew we'd be pressed for time, and I'm sorry for this, but I could not help myself. We've got
7
one more.
minutes.
Yep. You ready? Here we are.
We gotta sing, gotta sing, gotta sing. We gotta sing, gotta sing, gotta sing. We gotta sing, gotta sing, gotta sing. When Saturday, wanna have a kid alright. Just hang out in your life. Ready to raise the last raise the heart. Oh, reaching fast. If you're holding tight, feeling like we're so close. Reach fast,
All right, I'm done. I will waste no more of your time on Persona.
Just think about it. You cannot
for the rest of the panel.
cannot think of Persona and not immediately go to the music.
Yeah.
I could talk
As
about
soon as you,
Yeah.
soon as you
But you
open
can't.
a
You're not a
Persona
fan.
game, you get bombarded with amazing music. And I mean, this needs to be top 2. It really does.
And it's
Yes,
so
it is.
stylish and like unique and original from anything else out there. There's nothing like the music in Persona. Nothing.
You can hear the fun they had making this music when you listen to it. And that's a hard thing to get through music, but you can tell they love doing this and making these songs, and you can see it
You can
on that
see it in, like,
stage.
on their faces while they're singing it, man. Like, it's amazing.
It's so good.
Yeah.
Ah.
Over under,
Well, thank
Brad.
you for letting me gush.
Also,
No,
just
really.
giving you another excuse to watch that video again. How many times, Brad, would you say that you've seen that little clip?
Oh, a lot of times. I watch. This one in particular is from the P-Bomb 2017 show, which is one of my favorites.
Dude,
it's incredible from
It's
top to bottom.
it's well worth it you brought it up because people should definitely just go watch those shows. If
Yeah.
you just want something to listen to, watch while you work, like I do a lot when I'm working
Get it.
at home, put that on.
Yeah.
It's astounding stuff, and it's just they're great
obviously.
concerts. Could you imagine if all of a sudden people were told in this world you're not allowed to listen to Persona music anymore? I feel like that would just be apocalypse. The world would just end. People would riot. The financial system would collapse. We'd be done. That music is so freaking popular worldwide that I can't even imagine it not existing. I like how you snuck 3 and 4 there. I want to say Brad was really trying hard to get all of the Personas into this top 10. Left with 5, which I think most people agree is the best, but it's hard to rank those, man. They're so good.
Probably only because that many people haven't played 3 and 4.
3 Reload.
They-
Persona 3 Reload.
Yeah.
I mean, even though maybe it's because it's the new hotness, but my freaking god, do yourself a favor, people. Listen.
So good. So
Hard to
good.
move on from that, but we
It
must.
is hard, but we have to do it. We have to. We have to get to this number 1. And I'm proud to announce that at number 1,
Number 1.
Heads up.
What in the hell? Hey, how the hell do we fight this thing?
It's got reinforced armor plating, but the internals can be overloaded. Lightning matches.
No other option, huh?
Steady. Whatever.
We have the Final Fantasy VII Remake series, including Remake, Intermission, and Rebirth.
All right, hit it. Ah,
I'm sad for all the people that like are just audio listening and didn't get to see the like Lord Helmet like doll recreation of the battle scene. Like Wes was playing like with his little figurines. He was just reenacting the games.
I love it.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself there. Final Fantasy VII Remake, Intermission and Rebirth. Talk about the most quadruple A soundtrack that probably exists in video games. I mean, you could not dump any more money into the production of a soundtrack for a video game than they did with this, just recreating and reimagining the entirety of the Final Fantasy VII soundtrack. Not only rewriting and rearranging all of the tracks from the original game, but creating a ton of brand new tracks for new stuff in the game, and just having 7 different arrangements for, you know, these same track in just different styles and different ways that play at different times. And it's all just like dripping with production value.
Yeah.
But not in a like gaudy way, but just in the absolute like brightest, shiniest, most polished, beautiful way that they could have possibly done. It's just, it blows my mind to think about all of the effort and all the work that went into the creation of the soundtracks. Just a couple of quick statistics here. The remake soundtrack has 156 tracks. This is a like approximately 50-hour game, right? 50 hours. 50 hours is a long time. But 156 tracks? That's crazy. Intermission. A roughly, what would you say, Brad? Like, that's like a 8 to 10 hour DLC?
Tops.
Something like that? 86 tracks. 86! That's
nuts.
almost double the amount of tracks from Nier Automata. Rebirth. 209 tracks on the special edit version.
All bangers.
The basic version of the soundtrack, 175 tracks.
Right. So you appreciate my process here in needing to slam these 3 games down into, you know, what did I give us 5 minutes there?
I was gonna save it, Brad, for like after all this was done, but I fucking salute you, sir. What you put together was nothing short of astounding for this, and people might get upset because they're like, I didn't hear. One of the hardest things was when they ended. I was like, oh, I want more, but like I think what you did was brilliant, very well done. Salute.
I worked hard on it.
Yeah, really good.
So that first track, Let the Battle Begin, was from Remake. I tried to go in order here, kind of like go from Remake to Intermission into Rebirth. So that first track, for me, the reason why I went with that one, it may not even be the best track. In fact, it isn't probably your favorite track from the soundtrack, but I thought
it's classic.
I thought it was a really good example of taking something that everyone recognized from Final Fantasy VII and just giving it the works, you know, and you know, mixing other parts of the soundtrack that are, you know, that are clawing into those nostalgia moments for those of us who grew up playing this game, you know. And then the runaround was the one from Intermission. That jazz piece in the middle is, I want to say, no less than 80 minutes long, and I pressed it down into a 90-second clip. But if you love jazz music and you've got nothing going on and you just want to clean the house or do some dishes or you know whatever, or take a walk, this is a brilliant piece, and it evolves as you kind of cruise through like the area that it plays in. There's no less than like 10 different parts of this thing called the runaround, and it's incredible. Narrowing that down to 90 seconds worth of material on that was exercise in futility also. And then the last 2 come from Rebirth. Mount Corel Hike, which came to us by a suggestion from Wes. Absolutely really cool, like 80s style synth piece.
I love that track so much. It's so
gorgeous.
good.
And then
climbing a mountain while you're listening to that and like just going up and up and up.
Yeah, and I think Zach would have showed up with an extra long katana to my house if I didn't slide One Winged Angel in there. I mean, it's not FF7 without that track.
It's the most iconic Final Fantasy. Out of all Final Fantasy games, it is the most iconic song that has ever come out. It has spanned across multiple mediums, and even non-gamers have heard that song and can say, "Oh, I know that shit. I've absolutely heard it before." I think one of my favorites is, I think he's a gamer, but there's a guy whose name goes by Jacques the Whipper, where he whips to certain songs, and he has an entire piece. He has a piece where someone asked him to do this song, and he's like, "I will come back to you in a minute." He's like, "Did you think as a kid I actually sat there and learned Latin so I could sing the entirety of One Winged Angel? Well, you'd be fucking correct." And then he goes into it. It's just, it's amazing.
So that's that version of One Winged Angel is right around an hour long. So you got a minute of the hour that track is.
Dude,
I chose the ending because it kind of crescendos, and it's got that almost Wizard of Oz torrential violins going on, right? It's like stirring something, it's unnerving, and then the violins and the violas and the cellos start to come in and the timpanis start to pound, it just is dangerous.
Wes mentioned earlier, about it being, basically as much money as they could put into something as possible. But to me, I'm completely dumbfounded. I don't care if you poured the entire world's concentration of wealth at musicians. I'm awestruck that people can produce music that good, that people can create something on that level with that many things going on. I swear to God, if this music existed in the Renaissance, this is stuff you're listening to a classical this is brilliant. It's so good. This is highest level of music. It's so good.
There were 15 composers. 15 composers.
Yeah.
That worked on this soundtrack.
But that in itself is impressive because that doesn't always pan out, right? Just the too many cooks in the kitchen thing is a real thing. The fact that they're all able to, especially musicians. So the fact that they were all able to create something so perfect, and it really does. It hits on, especially that nostalgia. It's almost like the ear version of what your brain remembers seeing games look like. You remember when you think oh, that game graphically looked a lot better in my brain than it does when I go back to play it. This is the fucking sound version of that. It's this is what you think that game sounded like back in the day when you were playing it.
Yep.
And they just made it a reality for real.
Totally.
So good.
Well, the amazing thing about this soundtrack too is going back to number 2 to Persona. Persona has a very distinct sound. I said it there's nothing that sounds like Persona. And when you listen to that, you know exactly what it is, right?
Yeah.
The crazy thing about the Final Fantasy VII Remake soundtrack is it incorporates almost every different type of music out there.
Sure.
So there's, you've got metal, you've got classical symphony, you've got
jazz.
We talked about different jazz, acid jazz, and there's country western in here. There's synth. There's hip hop and rap. There's almost everything that you can think of is incorporated somewhere in this soundtrack. So there's something for everybody here, and it's just crazy how amazing. And it's all just banger music, the whole thing.
Speaking of something for everyone, I wouldn't be a good DJ unless I took a dedication. I do have one more piece for you guys.
All right.
This one's coming in by special dedication. This one goes out to Wes, coming from Brad.
Oh my God, it's love.
Yes!
Is this the Google? Yes.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you so
All
much.
right.
I really appreciate
That's
that.
love right
That
there.
is-
That's fucking love.
I will
That is-
shut the fuck up now for the rest of the show.
Oh, no,
Thank you.
dude.
Thank you for your patience. Thank you all for taking this ride with me. This episode meant so much to me, and I want to thank everyone who participated. Everyone was so passionate about this one, and it fed me. It fed me creatively. It pushed me through these mixes, and I had such a blast doing it. Like, I could honestly cry, like, thinking about the work I put into this and how much I truly enjoyed bringing this stuff to you. So I hope you all had a good time. I hope you all heard something you loved, and thank you.
And thank you for all the work you
Yeah,
put in,
seriously,
man. You
on
did an
behalf of this
excellent
entire
job,
community,
like,
thank you
just-
for doing that.
Yeah.
So good.
Labor of love from me, guys. I'd be happy to do it again. I was even thinking maybe we do like Music May. Like, maybe we should have split this
Brad's
up
like,
a little
oh,
better.
music.
Yeah. No, like, hey, what if we did like, what if we had broken this down to like best video game tracks of the 80s or the 90s or the
we could do
2000s?
it.
Like, maybe
could
in
do it.
May we just feature music or something. Just a thought I
Let's-
had.
Music
You know,
May.
make
Hey,
it a little
dude.
more nebulous, boil it down a little. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good
Sure.
idea. Talk about it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like
I
the
had a
idea.
blast with this. I really did. I had a great time. Thanks.
I have just a couple more, just minor snippets about this soundtrack, and then we'll cap it off here. Nobuo Uematsu, who we mentioned before, contributed
Yes.
one new track to the remake soundtrack. It was the ending theme called "Hollow," which is a song with lyrics. Plays at the very end of the game. And that was the first time that Katase and Uematsu had worked together since Final Fantasy X. So years and years and years. And he contributed, as far as I can tell, I don't know if he did more than one for Rebirth, but he also did the kind of main lyrical theme to Rebirth, which is called No Promises to Keep. And he did the music, and the lyrics were composed by Kazushige Nojima. And they're both really, really good songs. I just thought it was kind of meaningful that Uematsu came back for to contribute something to this project, since he is so well known. Like, Final Fantasy music is what made that man's career, basically. Like, that's what he's known for. Brad played the salmon theme, which I really appreciate because I love that song. Some of my other favorites are the theme from Cosmo Canyon, the Junon region and under Junon themes, and the Queen's Blood theme. Queen's Blood has a ripping song, man. I never get sick of hearing that. It's so good.
Super great. Yep.
And then just one last thing, which I thought was very cool. Like, every region in the game has its own battle music, which
That's
fits
so
in with
cool.
the theme of the area that you're running around in. Which, I mean, kind of goes back again to that quadruple A budget that they had to be able to do that.
16
but
composers.
It's just amazing. So, a lot of love for this soundtrack. If anything deserves to beat out Persona, it's this one. They're both amazing soundtracks. But I'm just happy that we got to listen to some music from this and talk about it, because it's so much fun and it's so good.
Rightful number one. A lot of votes for this one. Obviously, a lot of love.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that, we've made it through a very lengthy Gaiden top 10.
Worth it.
Probably one of the best, most fun top
I
10s
love
we've
that
had,
one.
I think.
Really good.
I really had a blast.
It was very hard for me to shut up and just listen to music, but the fact
You're
that
telling me.
Brad put all that together so perfectly made it a lot easier. Are we going through honorable mentions, by the way? I have a few.
I'm going to recap the top 10, and then you guys can do some
Do your
shout-outs,
thing.
okay? All right, number 10, we've got Chrono Cross. Number 9, Doom 2016. Number 8, Final Fantasy X. Number 7, Shadow of the Colossus. Number 6, Mega Man 2. Number 5, The Last of Us. Number 4, Hades. Number 3, Nier Automata. Number 2, Persona 5 Royal. And number 1, Final Fantasy VII Remake Series.
Very cool, guys. Thanks.
Hell of a list.
Great
Hell of a list, everybody.
Stellar list.
I want to start off the honorable mentions with a public service announcement. This is directed almost entirely at Brian Keese of DraftPunks.
Oh yeah.
So number 11 on our list, and very, very, very close to number 10. By the way, Zach, thanks you for not kicking Chrono Cross out.
Yes, I do.
Very happy about that. So thank you, Brian, on behalf of Zach. So number 11 was Super Smash Brothers Melee. Brian, in all of his stubbornness, wanted to go off list, which again, we kind of allow, but we put him in there. Smash Brothers Ultimate got in there, even though it wasn't on our nomination list, but it's kind of a wasted vote. And there was some lobbying for him to switch to Melee, just to have it mean something. But he stood firm in his convictions and stuck with Ultimate over Melee. But his lack of a vote, to all you Melee lovers out there, if you want to take it out on anybody for not making the top 10, you didn't get to listen to Melee music today because Brian Keys stuck with Ultimate off list. You want to go off list at your own risk? Be my guest. But that's public service announcement. I'm going to throw in my own honorable mention. It was number 13. One of my personal favorites, Streets of Rage 2. Very much in kind of the vein of Mega Man 2 early on, like just insane music. Go Straight, one of the best tracks ever made in video game music history. And obviously Persona 4 also just barely missed a cut to Brad's chagrin. And I think we would be remiss if we didn't mention Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze almost made it in there. Just an insane soundtrack.
I would have loved for that one to be in there.
Yeah, man.
Those are kind of the honorable mentions. We had a few other ones close. Sayonara Wild Hearts, Undertale, GoldenEye, all kind of right there also. But those were the ones that really were pushing their way towards the top. A couple more votes probably would have gotten them in. But I think we'd ended up with the right top 10 personally. I liked it. I thought it was pretty perfect.
A couple, I guess, that I have also. Just the Hi-Fi. Wes brought this up a few times, I think, but the Hi-Fi Rush non-licensed playlist is also fantastic and great. Still want to support Tango even though they're no more. So it was a great job they did on that one. Also, I don't remember who put it out there, but that Pictionary soundtrack went really hard.
That might have been a Matt one, wasn't it? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
That's
a legendarily awesome soundtrack on a B nothing game. It's so good.
That's a great suggestion. I see. That's what I loved about this entire category. It was stuff I would never have looked into, never known about. That was so fun.
All right. Well, I think it's time to announce what we're doing next month. We have a fun one. They're all fun ones.
Yeah,
but this one's pretty
really
unique.
fun.
I don't know that I've ever heard anybody do a top 10 on this specifically. We're going to be doing top 10 video game cities. So think of your favorite cities from video games. Just a quick shout out. What are some of your favorite cities in video games?
Los Santos.
Yes.
Midgar.
How about
Midgar is also a really good one.
I saw
Saint Denis is really good. Whiterun, Skyrim, good.
What's the one? What's the one in Final Fantasy 15?
Novigrad from The Witcher.
Yeah,
Night City. Did you say Night City? Somebody say Night City.
No,
but Night City's a great one.
The Citadel, Mass Effect.
Oh yeah, good pull.
Yeah,
this one's so wide ranging. There's so many options available.
Tons of
here.
amazing cities for completely different reasons, and I think it's just going to be super fun to cover, to talk about the details of exploring these places and what makes them a great video game city. And so think about that, guys. We'll put the announcement out pretty soon after this episode comes out, and we want to hear what your favorite video game cities are. Add to this list.
Yeah, and I just want to add that one of the great things about music in this list was that not a lot of gray area for the devil's advocates out there to nitpick what counts as a music, like a great OST, like non-licensed. That's pretty cut and dry. Cities, a little less cut and dry. So we might have to establish some ground rules. I was thinking maybe, it would help if the actual city was described as a city in the game, and not as a town. Maybe as the capital that would count, but like if it's only described as a town, I think there's going to be some like, well, is this a city? Is that a city? Well, most people know what a city is, but if literally your city is never described as a city in the game, it's, just maybe think about that before you nominate.
I think there's certain instances where towns could count also, but
all right, towns, fine. You want to open it up to towns?
We could talk about that. But
right,
anyway,
whatever. Towns, cities, small communities.
Someone's house.
Just one random house in the woods. Like whatever counts for you.
Cabins.
Yeah.
Anyway, no, generally cities and towns, I think as long as they're good cities and towns.
Sure,
I think the cream will rise to the top, as it always does.
It usually does.
Yeah. Yep. Anyway, that's next month. Look forward to that, and we're gonna take a quick break, and we'll be right back to talk another Crab's Treasure in Indy's Nuts. All right, welcome back. We're about to jump into Indy's Nuts, but before we do, we just want to give a quick patron shout out to our patron members: Pucho, Dakota Falk, Dan Giesland, aka Aviator Gamer, Aunt Jay, and Randall Reborn. Thank you, everybody, for supporting the Great Game Debate. If you'd like to support the Great Game Debate monetarily, you can do so on Patreon. Just look up Great Game Debate. Otherwise, come join us on Discord. We've got a great Discord there. It's where we do all of our voting and nominations for our top 10s. We talk a lot about games. We talk a lot about our lives, and we support each other. We talked about GGD Level Up, which was the new channel we had added last month, and that's going great over there. A lot of news talk, a lot of music talk. It's just a great place to hang out. So if you enjoy what you hear on this show, come and chat with us in the Discord. We would love it. And with that, I'll kick off the Indies Nuts discussion. This month, we're talking Another Crab's Treasure, which is a recently released action-adventure game in the Soul genre. This was nominated by one Brad Russell. He's very happy he nominated it, as he'll tell you.
Yeah, no, the discussion throughout the month has been good, though. You guys really seem to enjoy it. I didn't as much. I'll tell you. I'll get us started here. Immediately, I found the game kind of fun and charming. Really, I was having a really good time with this game to start. I had a little early on. I had a little that where do I go, what do I do thing going on. And I guess good vibes, like great music all around. And some of those bosses were a hell of a lot of fun to fight. I'll premise it with letting the audience know that I did not finish this video game, unfortunately. I ran into some accessibility issues with my astigmatisms. A lot of the especially in this one particular part of the game, things started to blend together really bad for me, and I actually started getting migraines from the color palette in this game, so it kind of shut me down in this one part. I was falling a lot. I couldn't discern between layers, where what was the floor, what was the platform, what was the wall behind it. Like, those things started to blend for me, and I just kept falling and falling and falling, and the game eventually just didn't make sense to me. But like I said, I had a real good time early on, but I know you guys had a blast with this game, so let me turn it over to you. Have at it.
Well, Zach finished the game twice.
Yes.
For the reference.
Yeah, I did.
He finished it once for Brad and once for himself.
That we mentioned the King of Crabs over here. But Zach, why don't you share some of your experience with the game? You were the first one to beat it. You flew through this thing. It's just insane how
I thought
fast
you beat it before
beat
we
this.
even decided that we were going to do it.
I think because it came out did it come out the same weekend that we had our
Last podcast, yeah.
last podcast recording? And yeah, I had already started playing it before I think we had really announced it and gotten in a little bit. Yeah, it was just, as Brad said, it was very joyful and like fun to run around the ocean. And then it was dark and covered in gunk and trash and stuff. I had a lot of fun with the aspect of this one because it felt very similar to Sekiro, where I ended up kind of, for the most part, stopping my dodge. I wasn't treating it as much like a normal Souls game where you're focused on the dodge. And I spent a lot more time on getting the timing down on the parries instead. And I think that led to me truly enjoying the game more because I believe that is the way that they intended for you to play the game rather than the straight dodge mechanic like you normally would in a Souls. I did do it. I did play the game twice. Part of the reason for that was I wanted to play it in a completely different style than I did the first time.
With a giant gun on your back?
I actually never used... I did pull out the gun once, but that was only to get it as a shell. I never used the gun in a single part of my playthrough.
Oh, it's fun. It's super fun.
It is
I'm
fun.
sure it's super fun, but you know what's also fun? Parrying somebody, then using your umami to roll into them and blast them with a party hat. That is also extremely fun. That ended up being kind of the setup for my first run, as I did an umami-based run, which, for those who haven't played this game or don't really know what that means, you have the shells that you equip because you're a hermit crab have special talents or skills within the shells themselves. And the shells will end up breaking, so you have to kind of get used to different ones. And one of them that you find somewhat early on is a party hat. It just has like a little, it's like a birthday party hat that's made out of paper with a little like puffball thing on top of it. And it ends up, use it to roll up to somebody and then just kind of blast them with it. And it does a lot of stagger damage to them, and it does a decent
kind of like confetti that
it makes like
a
kazoo sound too. It's like,
yeah. It just was a lot. Like the first time I picked that, I was like, oh, I think this is the one for me. And after that, it just kind of, the game just kind of started moving past pretty quick. I ran through it. I don't think I had really any trouble with any of the bosses on that first playthrough for the most part. I think I did it about 1 or 2 tries on most of them. On most of them. But then again, I did a setup there where I was focused on being tanky and blocking stuff and hitting them really hard.
I need to interject here because this game has Sekiro-like components to it. I think there were people who incorrectly assumed that I was going to roll through this game in the way that Zach did. Now, I didn't have a ton of trouble with a lot of the bosses, but this is tough to admit, no doubt that Zach is better at Sekiro than I am. And he beat the Guardian Ape on the second phase in his first try, and I am so fucking mad about that, and will always be mad and disappointed that I didn't get to watch him struggle with one of the hardest bosses. We do bring it up
again.
I just want to say that as this goes on and people come to the realization that Zach had such an easy time with this game, it's because this is his kind of Souls game. Like, if there was ever a Souls game made for Zach, it was like Sekiro and the mechanics, and this is like a Sekiro mechanic. And I did the same thing. I realized you can't really dodge. Like, dodging is death. You have to use your shells. You have to use parries, or it's no good.
It's worth mentioning, I think, and people don't like the idea of toning back the difficulty in these like Soulsborne style games, but this game actually does have a really nice, robust accessibility menu where you can tweak different aspects of the game to make it, you can like increase your damage output, decrease the damage that you take. You can turn fall damage off so you don't get frustrated with the platforming, because the platforming can be a little bit janky at times. and decrease the amount of damage that your shell takes. So there are nice ways if you struggle with these kinds of games. I would say don't be afraid to play this one necessarily if you're worried about the difficulty, because there are ways that you can tweak the difficulty and make it easier on yourself if you struggle with certain aspects of the game. One of the other things that we already alluded to is you can give Krill, who is the main character, a gun shell, which is just he just has this giant pistol on his back, and it just one-shots anything. Like bosses, anything at all. You just turn it on, and I ran around with it just for a while just to test it out. And it is really fun just to shoot, like, enemies. You're running around, the stupid, like, what are they, like sardines, or like the bloodborne dogs,
with
basically.
the hooks, with the fish hooks on their heads. Yeah,
it's really fun to shoot those guys. Just a quick setup for the game and the story as we get going here. So I mentioned before, you play as a little hermit crab named Krill. He was chilling out in the tide pools at the beginning of the game, and this loan shark, we'll say, pops up.
Pez loan shark. Or no, he was on a stick. He wasn't a Pez.
Yeah, it was like one of those like stick
shark heads on a stick, and you squeeze the handle at the bottom, and he pops up, and he's like, "Hey, buddy, you haven't paid your taxes. We're gonna have to repossess your shell." And he grabs your shell from you and like shakes you out of it, and then like takes off, because he apparently hasn't paid his taxes to the Duchess of the kingdom where he lives. And he's like, "I don't know what you're talking about. Bring me back my shell." And then you kind of like are trying to get your shell back. That's the whole idea of the game. And it really goes some places as you make your way through. You start in this little kind of like duchy kingdom called the Shallows. And the kingdom is called Slacktide, and then you move to a larger city called New Carcinia, and kind of the game expands into more kind of like an open world Soul style setup from there. The big hub area is called the Sands Between, which is an obvious nod to the Lands Between from Elden Ring. And you go through there and make your way into different areas, and it's got really, let's say, not overly complicated soul style combat, but it does have some like interesting and unique abilities that you get through the skill tree that, like Zach mentioned, you can do like an umami run. Umami is kind of like your magic, or think of it as like a Ash of War, basically.
Great note.
Link to your shell. And every shell, there's 69 shells in the game.
Nice.
And every one of them has kind of a unique ability. Some of them like keep you from like staggering while you're attacking. My favorite one was called Wheel Out. There's a couple different, I think the tennis ball has it and the coconut has it, but basically like lets you like burn out like inside the shell and just like plow into somebody. So you just like peel out and like
or
crash
get away
into
from
someone.
things quickly.
Or get away from things quickly. It works well.
Or
for
just
that
move
too.
across the map fast.
Yeah, any of the rolling, there were some that didn't let you roll, but any of those that were rollers were fantastic. It's really fun to use. I guess that's a good thing to bring in. What was everyone's favorite shell? Was it the rolling ones? Did you have a specific one that really you kept coming back to?
At the end, I'm trying to remember by the end, I was rocking the skull for a while. I saw Hunter was using that.
I liked the skull. The skull was nice just in situations where I was like, it'd be nice to not die. Because it had like a second life thing, like perk going on. But I think I actually ended up using like the thimble most times. There were two that I really liked. I really liked the thimble because it gave you like a basically no damage to your shell on 3 hits, which if you parry it, it doesn't count as one of those anyway. So it felt like I had it on there forever, and it was kind of light and nimble, so I was able to move around with it pretty quickly. And I really liked the Christ, what is it? It looked like an asthma breather or something. It was like
The bottle that gave you healing, like the
yeah,
pill bottle.
Yeah, is that what that was? Just a pill bottle?
It was a pill bottle. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
it was
a couple of things that give you healing. There's like I think that one, and then there's
Kleenex
like a yogurt cup also.
I didn't.
Yeah,
get
but there was all the
yogurt cup.
ones you could eat. So there was like there was the bananas, the sushi. Like there was different ones that you could consume, and it would heal you.
Yeah, but there was also the yogurt had an ability called probiotic, which would slowly tick your health up.
That's the same one that was on the same one that was on the pill bottle. You're right.
Same thing. Yeah, and then the Kleenex one had a little bit of healing, but also got rid of like status effects. Which, by the way, the Kleenex.
I never used the Kleenex box.
The Kleenex was the first one I ran into that was like a mimic.
Right. Yeah, there's some that have like another crab in there.
Yeah, like you like go to pick it up and it's like, you're like, and it's like
and
a
those little
hermit
crabs,
crab.
those mimics,
they were
are
tough.
Like, yeah, they're a pain
as
in
they
the
should
butt.
be. As they should be.
For sure.
I
Brad, did you have a favorite before your stigmatism kicked in?
Yeah, no, I was digging the party hat like Zach was, and I also really thought the rubber ducky was adorable.
That was a fun one. The my personal favorites, I had two here because I did two runs. The first one was the party hat, or the you can get it from the store in New Carcinia. There's a trophy that does the same thing. It's just a heavy version. I was also a huge fan of the red solo cup.
Yeah.
Which, I did on my second run because I did that as a pure attack run, and that thing is stupidly good if you're just doing straight attack.
The sheer number, Wes mentioned the number of them, but the sheer number of different shells that you can get in this game, they clearly prioritize. Like, we got to have just a ton. Like, this was kind of your weapon. Like it's kind of like in Sekiro, where your shinobi tool is really your variety and like your weaponry, and in this case like your shell is, because your fork, even though you can upgrade it a little bit, is basically like your weapon is just this fork. Like, you know, it's like you basically start out like as this like little, it's honestly like a little like lobster fork that you use to just like pick meat out of crabs and lobsters and stuff, and you can upgrade it, but it pretty much stays the same. But your shell is what changes a ton. It changes the way you play a ton, so it's kind of like the shinobi tool in Sekiro.
Yeah, and the shells all have different like durabilities. So when you put on a shell, it's got like a meter. So there are different weights depending on how like quick and nimble you are, and then every time you block, it completely negates damage, but it damages your shell too. So you really have to be careful about how many times you're blocking. One of the most useful skills on the skill tree that I found was the self-repair skill, which lets you Bloodborne your way through the game, basically. So when you block and your shell takes damage, if you immediately hit back, then it repairs the damage that you took, and that is ultra clutch for sure. And that's how I ended up beating a lot of the bosses. Actually, really easy, as I felt kind of like cheating almost, like with a shield in the game, but you just block their attacks. There's some attacks that are like unblockable, and some that will like break through your shell and break your shell if you get hit while you're blocking with it. But a lot of the attacks are completely blockable, and you can kind of get that damage back if you just hit back right away, which is
nice. In Defense of Bloodborne, the idea of using a shield is not cool. So you know, you get health back in that one. You can rally some health, but the idea of like reloading a shield, the entire concept behind Bloodborne is like, don't use a shield, you babies. Like, you got to go in there shieldless. Sorry, it's just one of the things that kind of separated this one from that one, because you really do have to like heavy use the shield. If you don't use the shield, I mean, there are things out there that'll take like 90% of your health in one hit.
Yeah, so but I mean, we already kind of like talked about the fact that it leans a little bit more into secondary walking and that more than it does Bloodborne, where you
So I wanted it to be more Bloodborne, Wes. Okay. I wanted it to be more like Bloodborne and less like Sekiro.
I'm sorry. Look, everybody wants to be more like Bloodborne.
Right.
We can't all have that, unfortunately. The game has a really it does lean into kind of like environmentalism quite a bit. It has it in a very like tongue-in-cheek way, but the game is all about pollution and the effects of human pollution on the ocean and on the ocean's animals. So the animals treat garbage as currency, basically. And the more trash you have, like the richer you are. And I think that obviously goes a long way into, you know, another crab's treasure. Another one man's trash is another man's treasure. So you get into the, like your souls or whatever are microplastics. And so whenever you kill something, you gain microplastics, and you use those microplastics as like trading materials to, you know, level up or, you know, increase your weapons or buy new stowaways or
your souls.
whatever.
Microplastics are
Right.
souls.
Stowaways yet.
And so the whole like kind of idea, like when you finally arrive in New Carcinia, which is like kind of the big city, you find Pronathan, who's the loan shark guy, and he's running a
Out of
pawn
his
shop.
without the shark part.
Right,
You found it behind his shop, right? You like go behind his shop and like this shark thing is like sitting behind it.
Oh, I didn't even see it behind.
You didn't go back there? Like if you go
I
behind the
didn't see
shop, the little tool is sitting back behind it.
Yeah, but he's just got like your shell, like he's wearing it as a hat, and he's like, "Oh, you want this? I'll sell it to you for 99 million
Yeah.
microplastics."
Which you'll never get.
And you find out that there's like this Captain Crunch box. It's like called Captain Crustacean or something. This box like falls down. They're
Yeah,
dumping
trash
trash on the
day.
city, and there's like a "Hey kids, find the treasure!" like it's like a treasure map that's like ripped out of the box, and the whole idea like everybody wants to get this treasure. And if you get it, then Pronathan says he'll give you your shell back. So you go on this journey trying to get the shell back, and you're going against Roland, who is
He's a horseshoe crab, isn't he?
Yeah, he's venture capitalist, I think.
Yep.
He's like the mayor of the city, but he runs this really nasty like industrial town called Flotsam Vale, and that just thrives on garbage and pollution. And he wants to get the treasure first so he can, you know, maintain the rich status and keep his thumb on everybody else. So it's all kind of like this great race to the treasure, and you have to find pieces of the treasure map in different areas by, you know, completing areas and beating bosses and everything. And that's the main setup for the game, and the story. It's very tongue-in-cheek. There's a lot of really, really funny dialogue in here. There's a lot of puns. If you enjoy a game with a lot of humor, this is a good one for you, for sure. I really, really enjoyed. Specifically, I made a short list of some of like the product parodies in the game, because you'll run into like containers for stuff that's clearly like a parody of a real-world item. So there's a bunch of cigarette cases that look just like Marlboro cigarettes, but they're Mario cigarettes. And there's clear references to Mario in that. There's Eldon Bay, which is a reference to Old Bay seasoning.
Yeah.
There's cow water milk, which I thought was funny.
What was the Uncrustables one?
Chuckers Uncrustworthies.
Uncrustworthies, that's right.
There's a reference to Smucker's Uncrustables. There's a butter tin that you find. It says, "I swear to God, if this isn't butter, I'm seriously gonna lose it."
They had fun with it.
And there's another one that's a reference to like goldfish crackers. They're called just cheesy guns. They're just little gun crackers.
Oh yeah.
Cheesy guns.
Yeah, but there's a lot of good stuff like that in the game.
Just the shells themselves too were like that too. I mean, they were like, one of the shells you could get was the same as those like little, like old school like paper coffee cups, like disposable coffee cups you get with that like very iconic kind of like airbrush blue pattern on it, you know?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
I like the Lego.
the
legal brick.
The legal brick. You know, there was like printer cartridges that looked.
There was an N64
cartridge.
There was.
There was a lot, and I mean that list can really go on. Like I thought that was one of the coolest things was just like how many different really cool things you could use as shells, even if like they weren't all that useful.
10 shells.
It's just top 10 shells. Top 10 Another Crab's Treasure shells. Next episode.
Ton of fun with that, though.
Yeah.
Shells. There's also the stowaways, which you brought up a little bit earlier. Those were like enhancements you could add on. Some of them would be detrimental to one thing and give buffs to others.
I'm kind of trying to remember what those were in Elden Ring. It's like those little like charms and things you could put on that just give you certain
the equivalent of like a charm or something in Hollow Knight.
Yeah, it would either give you like a
relic.
you know, like now you will receive more microplastics like souls, or like you increase your rate of like finding items, or maybe it just builds up vitality, or even better, like sometimes some of them give you pets.
Right.
I mean,
yeah,
you could have little
the
pet fish
that increases
like,
your money and attacks for you.
By the way, the pets, I didn't use this more than I think one time, but there was one fight where I was like, I needed to do something for work, and I was in a place that I couldn't be reached, but my pet was just kicking the crap out of like a big enemy, and I was like, all right, go to town, dude. And like, and it just was like whittling away at health, and by the time I got done with work, that thing had taken out a big like mini boss. So.
That's funny.
Also, one of my favorite ones is you find it in the areas. There's a rubber band that you find.
Yeah, that's really helpful.
That was very helpful in that area because there's a lot of electric enemies.
And there's a boss. There's a boss too. You fight an electric eel called Voltai the Accumulator.
Oh my god!
And a lot
vibrator.
Oh yeah.
So Voltai has a bunch of outlets on its side that plugs things into. So it plugs in like a toaster, and it plugged in what was one of the other funny things that plugged in?
Oh, a hairdryer.
Hairdryer, yeah.
Yeah.
But then it picks up a vibrator and plugs in. It's like, oh, I don't know what this does. This is a weird thing.
It like hits you with the vibrator.
It's like,
look, Mom had one of those, and it's clearly a neck massager. Okay, it's not a vibrator.
That's at the top of the tower.
So how long did y'all like fight that thing before you realized you could pull the plug on them?
I didn't ever pull the plug, so I didn't realize that.
What are you talking about?
You can hook the cord and unplug all of those things, so you don't have to deal with the vibrator.
Cool.
I'm sorry, neck massager, or the toaster.
I didn't figure that out, man. I didn't figure that out.
Oh. Well, look at me.
I didn't know that either.
Well, look at my big brain.
You're the smart one.
Yeah, I think
I was just sitting there giggling at it, going. Brrr.
Truth be told, I think I accidentally hit the button, and I was like, "Ew! Look what I can do." Yeah, you can unplug pretty much all those things, which makes that fight a lot easier.
Yeah, I bet. One of the things I would like to mention, I mean, there's quite a bit of platforming in this game. We talked about a little bit before. In general, I enjoyed it quite a bit. There's certain parts of it that can be a little bit tedious. You can certainly be knocked off a lot of stuff really easily. But it really adds to the verticality of the level design and making your way around through things, because you can sort of swim. Like if you jump and hold the jump button down, he'll do like a little paddle that like a kind of like a Yoshi jump, you know, where he'll like sort of float along for just a couple seconds, which is good. And you have your fork, which kind of also acts as a grappling hook, so you can like grapple like onto nets and other stuff and like pull yourself around. You can also like yank enemies with it and like pull them to you or pull you to them, which is also really useful. How did you guys like the level design in the game?
I thought it was a lot of fun. Being able to get around with the tools that they give you is fun. I can't remember if it was you or Brad. Someone sent a video of someone doing a speed run of the game already, and they were using a specific like movement sort of glitch where you do a charge attack with the fork and then jump at the same time. I figured out how to do that, and it was a lot of fun to move around the place very quickly using that move. You get to a lot of places you weren't supposed to get to.
Is that the one that like shoots you up like you're some kind of like Skyrim giant getting smacked?
I mean, it shoots you
you're
so
like,
far.
oh, and now I'm like 500 meters.
Oh no,
above.
that was just a glitch. I don't know. That kept happening to me too.
That happened to me a bunch where I was like, and now I am on the surface of the ocean.
No, this is more like you will go to do your charge attack, and when you go forward, you jump and you hold to do the dash thing in the air. So you'll start like swimming through the water, and you're going very fast. And then when you land, you can turn into your roll, and you're already on the fast roll that you have, so you can just travel around extremely quick.
I didn't realize that. I'm gonna give the flip side of that. I didn't love the level design. I found myself constantly like losing direction and going in circles, and that would have been fine if the map was any help at all. And I'm gonna take a hot second to shit on the maps on this game, okay? Those are the fucking worst maps I've ever seen in a video game. If you're gonna provide a map, great. You don't have to, but if you're gonna give one, let me look at it, right? Like, why am I relegated to a tiny little portion of the map? I can't move around. I can't look at other things. I can only look at this little section that I'm in, and I never once was like, this is useful. I just stopped looking at it. I was like, this isn't useful. It doesn't really show me where I am. And so I stopped looking at it. And it was very frustrating because there were some times, and a lot of the level design, I thought, while charming, like a lot of it wasn't really all that differentiated. Like when I play a lot of the Souls games do an excellent job of creating a place that like has landmarks. You know where you are when you play a Souls game. Like if you go back somewhere, you're like, I know where I am. I know what this is. I know what this building is. I know what this area is. This game, I found myself going like, am I in the same place? Am I not in the same place? I feel like it looks like the same place, but maybe it's a different one. And so my brain just kept like molding these areas together, and I was like having a hard time figuring out where I was supposed to go.
The sands between was very bad for that. I will say that area.
And also it gave you no draw distance. So it was like, oh, I can kind of half see one of these life preservers off in the distance, but it's no point of reference. Like you're just wandering, you're just using the compass to be like, I think I'm going where I'm supposed to be going. I have no idea. I don't know. I just found that part to be, it was wasting my time. Like in a way that just didn't need to be wasted. I don't need like an arrow telling me which way to go. I mean, but I need something helpful. And I also, the game wasn't like a ton of reading, but some of the reading segments got a little heavy, and I would just like click through them, and I'm sure I was missing important information, but I was like, I can't just sit here and read all this. It was like click, like whatever. Like, I'm sorry, like you little, whatever horseshoe crab. I don't care. I'm done listening to you. This is going on too far. So I just start clicking through it, and then I think Wes was telling me that both y'all were telling me I came across that one boss in the sands between that I wasn't supposed to fight yet, and it was just fucking
Agris the Ravenous.
Yeah,
it was just
grabs you with a fork, cuts you up with a knife, and swallows you.
It was destroying me. It was like I would see it, and all of a sudden it'd be like, I'm dead. And I did that probably 15 times before I was like, I was so frustrated. I was like texting you guys. I was like, I'm done. I was like a little baby. I was like being such a sourpuss. But you guys were like, you're not supposed to fight that yet. Like that person clearly tells you that. And I was like, I probably just clicked through that conversation because I mean it wasn't like.
All right. I did it the first time I was there too. I ran immediately after. I was like, oh, I'm just gonna go search through this, and then got snagged, but I got eaten. And then it popped me back at that first buoy that was there. or life, not boo. It was like a life circle, whatever they call those. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Lifesaver.
Lifesaver, yeah. And then there was the lady who's right there. I was like, oh, maybe I should talk to her and see something. She's like, oh yeah, go between these things. So no, I think that's like a rite of passage in the game is that you run out and get eaten.
Yeah. So let me tell you something. Since this is a game trying to draw a line between it and Souls games, and I don't mind that, and I feel like they did that admirably in a lot of places. I feel like especially in a lot of the combat and some of the boss designs were very cool and unique. But Souls games do that thing where you fight a boss you're not supposed to be able to beat. Like maybe maybe you can beat them, but Souls games like to do, you're fighting this boss, but it's almost just to show you like what a tiny little weak baby you are. And but then like that's it, right? Like you in that fight and it's like, haha, like just kidding, you're not really dead, we're starting the game now. And that's what that crab felt like it should have been, but it just kept going like, no, go try again, dude, whatever. Just keep getting your ass kicked. And so I was like, all right, obviously I'm just missing something, or I got to figure this out. I was very happy when I came back to that crab and kicked the shit out of it in the first try when I was supposed to fight it. I'd even heard, somebody had told me, one of the conversations I actually read through was like some dude going like, you should hit it with a banana. It's like allergic to bananas. Did anybody hit it with a banana?
No.
Somebody told me that, but like I was like, you know what? Like next time if I lose to it, I'm going to hit it with a banana. But then I didn't lose to it. I was like, I didn't even need the banana. I was very proud of myself.
Good job.
Had a lot of fun with that one on the second playthrough because I ended up there's a specific order that they have you try and do things with that Captain Crunch box where you go and find specific pieces of the map. Hunter's alluding to the fact you have to go and fight the giant crab, and because he's holding a piece of the map.
Towards the end.
Yeah. And I actually on the second playthrough went out into the middle of those sands between and killed it before I went and got the other map piece.
Yeah, I did too.
Which was a lot of fun. You killed it too before you went and got it? Yeah, that guy I mean, Hunter, trust me. I did the same thing you did the first time I played the game, and I tried to beat him for a while before I finished into that other area, and just no luck. But on the second time I did it, I also had figured out a stupid way to break the game and how to do damage. So,
by the way, that's a good segue into something that I really loved about this game. It succeeds supremely in allowing you to play with different builds, like in different like things that like work together to kind of like you can really experiment a lot with your setup in this game, and that was really, really cool. Like I had like a setup that was like extremely powerful for if I broke, there was like a balance meter, which kind of was like Sekiro's like posture meter, where if you like broke the balance meter, then they kind of fall on their back, and I had to build it like if they fell on their back, I was doing insane damage to them. And then
use the dispatch ability, you jump on top of them and just like
and
nail them with the fork. Yeah,
exactly. And then like I had built into my hook pull, like that was just like instant breaking their balance, and so it was just like hook pull, balance break, kill. I mean, I was crushing things with that build, and I love that like I kind of got to do that on my own. Like there was nothing that was like you have to build this way. It was like no, you got to experiment with how you wanted to play.
Yeah, this is a good point to mention also the adaptations in the game, which are kind of like special abilities that you get. There are, I think, 7 in the game, and they're all pretty unique. There's the Bobbit Trap, which is like a Bobbit worm.
And it just, loved the Bobbit Trap.
Pulls the enemy down and just holds them down, and you can just run up and hit them. There's Bubble Bullet, which is like shoots like bubbles at enemies. E-Electrocute is a dual function ability where you can electrocute enemies, but also like power these different like mechanical
battery
crabs. Yeah, the battery crabs that
crabs.
are around. Mantis Punch is one that you learn from
fantastic.
a secret
My favorite
boss
one.
called Master
Also probably the
Topada.
best boss in the game.
That was a secret
he's-
boss? That's not a secret boss.
I missed it. I missed it my first time playing.
Because
That's
that's
part of the
the
reason I
one
went
that
back.
lets you level up all the stuff he's talking about.
Yeah, but
I missed him.
It's not
You
required.
can completely
That was
miss
an
him.
optional boss.
I never found him in my first playthrough.
That's my favorite boss in the game. That's my favorite boss in the game. Such a cool
Mine
design.
too.
And also
Yeah,
just a
he's great.
badass animal in general. I mean, they recreated a mantis shrimp so well. That thing looked awesome and punched the crap out of you.
I just
Oh my
love when you
gosh.
beat him. He's like, "Oh, really? I have not practiced enough. I thought I would go out in a cooler way, maybe like fighting like 10 or 12 guys, but whatever."
Yeah.
He's like, "I'm not here to kill you." He's like, "Oh, okay then."
I loved in that particular fight. This was unique to any other boss fight I've ever had. Like they, like they had all these crabs that he had obviously killed in his little arena around that you can use as shells. Like you can actually put the dead crabs on your back as your shell, and then you like look like a crab. If you crouch, you like look like a little crab running around. And that's a special perk with decoy, so you could just keep using it as a decoy where you would basically jump out of the shell, and this mantis shrimp would attack the decoy shell while you got a different shell, and then you could go get in like a free hit on it. And there were so many of them, you could just kind of bounce from shell to shell. Great idea for a boss fight. It was so cool. My favorite boss fight.
Quick
Yeah.
on the decoys. Did any of y'all use the best decoy shell? The dolls.
I did have a doll,
the
yeah.
shot.
That thing was
So the-
creepy looking.
What do they call those?
The
Russian dolls?
The
Stacking
Russian,
dolls?
the
Yeah.
Russian, yeah.
Yeah,
the
because when you
nesting
use a
egg.
decoy, the nesting ones, because when you use the decoy in the first one, you still have one that's a medium, and then you use that one and you have one that's a small, and then you can drop that one. So just a fun, one of the other fun shells.
Yeah,
that was a
Russian
cool one.
nesting dolls. Great
Yeah,
shells.
my favorite adaptation in the game was the tactical tentacle. That thing was absolutely clutch. I don't know if you guys
Oh,
use
is
that
that
at
the
all.
healing one? That would like
It does heal you. It creates a ghost tentacle that floats alongside you, and it's got way longer range than your normal attack. And so if you get in close, it hits twice, once with your fork, once with your tentacle, and it's got like a life suck ability, so it gives you back life. So you can like shell up and then just like go to town and wail on guys with that thing. It's really, really fun.
You got that from that. I did get that one. Where did I get that from? Was that from like another weird secret boss fight?
Yeah, it is from another secret boss. You get
was
that
it
from
the cage thing?
the consortium. Yeah.
Yeah,
That was a
was such a cool
It's
fight.
That was a
it's
weird
crab
gimmicky
trap, and
fight.
it's just full of all these different animals, and it just like there's like a tentacle sticking out and like a bunch of claws, and it's just rolls this
It's
trap
got
that
a
rolls
gun.
around. and
I
tries
got
to
on
smash
top of
you.
it.
You had to.
Well, and then when you
Cool.
and then when you beat it and all the like crud dumps out of it, you realize that you were just fighting like an octopus. It's another game we fought an octopus in. We seem to be making a habit of this. In
We find an
I,
octopus and a squid in
Yeah,
this one.
good old Inkerton.
Pinkerton, yeah.
I had out of mine, the Bobbit trap was probably my favorite for on my second run when I was doing a pure damage run.
Yeah.
That one, the higher levels of it lets you, as long as they're trapped in it, you get to do extra damage to the enemy. So it just worked out really well to kind of work with that build.
cool
But-
builds, good builds
Cool
in this
build.
game.
But my favorite one as far as how you get it is the sea urchin one.
Oh yeah.
Because
Yeah.
you have to keep running
running
into the
into him.
sea urchin. It's
It's
like,
like,
I'm gonna
stop
hug
it."
you. You need love.
He's like, stop it! Stop! What are you doing? Leave me alone! Like, what are you, some kind of masochist?
Yeah.
You sicko! Yeah, it's super funny. I want to wrap this up quickly because we've been going a little bit long. I just want to mention some of the coolest areas in the game, I thought. I mean, they pull a... And Hunter, did you end up finishing the game?
No, I've honestly played it for like 17 hours according to Game Pass. I'm in whatever the old ocean. It looks like a dead coral reef or something.
Okay, yeah. You're past it. So I was going to mention the Unfathom,
Oh,
which they basically
great.
pulled a Tears of the Kingdom, and they drop you into the abyss, and it's just black. You
Yeah.
can't see anything, which was awesome.
That
and
is
then
really cool.
not only do they have that, but then they have those. They basically just have guardians in that area.
Oh god,
They
they're
just target
such a
you
pain
with
in
like
the ass.
explosive lasers as you're trying
The
to run
phone
through.
ringing on their head.
You also have like a fear build up in that area. It was very reminiscent of the Nightmare of Mensis and Bloodborne to me.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
really
those-
cool. And then after that, they totally pull a Dark Souls and just have an Anne Orlando, basically,
Yeah.
which is the bleached city, and it's just this old king. It's absolutely Anne Orlando.
It's pretty
Built out of
spectacular.
styrofoam.
I'm glad I made it that far. I'm excited to actually finish it. I thought I'd be finished before
You're-
now. I've
You're
been
basically at
not.
the end.
You're right there. There's not
You're
much
basically at the
left. Yeah, no, the Styrofoam City was awesome. I really did like the Unfathom as well. I think the first time I went through the Unfathom, it pissed me off because it's like, I have no idea where I am or where I'm going.
Yeah,
But after you start to figure it out, it's like, oh, this is a cool area. You can really explore it pretty
you have
well.
to hit those glow sticks,
Mhm.
start lighting things up.
Oh my god, how many times did you get... I'm sure you probably only had it once, but did you go to grab the treasure that wasn't a treasure?
Treasure wasn't a treasure. I'm trying to remember.
You
Because
talking
you were
about
those
the money?
the glowing blue things that you'd find around that usually just had like something like a stone.
right,
or
yeah.
reflexes. But
Yeah.
there's a couple in there that if you look closely, it's actually going into the sand, and if you grab it, it like has an anglerfish almost pop up
Right.
and eat you.
Yeah.
I really
I figured it
like
out eventually.
I really like the ping pong. I mean the pinball table.
Oh, that was a great
That was a
really
great
cool
spot for a
fight, too.
boss fight. My other favorite area, this is very brief in the game. I can't believe they added it into this, but this is one of those games where it's almost like SpongeBob, where you're under the water, but you're kind of not. There's still like rivers and shit under the water. But there's like one point in the game, very randomly, very briefly, where you end up out of the actual water. Which I found fascinating. I was like, they had to program this in where you can no longer do that kind of swimmy thing you do. Like you try and jump and hold down the button and you just fall back down because you're not in the water anymore. There's no swimming. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. I've been in water this entire time. It's only like a few minutes, but I don't know why, but that really tickled me pink.
Also, going back to that area, the not the Unfathom, the old ocean, where you first start running into crabs that when you beat them, they start popping out of their shells and you have to beat them again. And it was really fun with there because that all leads up to, you haven't gotten this yet, Hunter, but it leads up to the boss, which is the first boss in the entire game that has a second phase.
Yeah. Good to
And
know.
It's a really fun boss. I like that it had a toilet scrubber and that you would
Like a
get sick
scepter?
if you and you get sick as you got near it for too long, kind of like a scarlet rot almost, and then it start eating your health, and they have sponges around you to go use one of those sponge shells to clean yourself. That was a really fun fight. Did you not realize that?
No, I never had to deal with that. I just beat his ass.
Oh.
I only did it in the first one.
Uh-oh, he's only played through it twice, Wes.
I didn't have trouble on it the second time. The first one, it took me a few tries, and because I would get close and get that thing on me, and I found that there was those sponges, and I would clear it off.
In the
umami
last,
build I had.
In the last 40% of the game or so, I just didn't die to the bosses, except for the very last boss. I died once. It just wasn't. It kind of there was definitely this point where the game was really, really, challenging, and then once you got over that point, it just not that it wasn't.
easier.
Not that it was a reasonable challenge just to make your way through the areas. So I would die, but more like normal enemies. But the bosses just weren't that.
I wanna
tough.
say that this is one of those things that FromSoft balances and does so damn well that other games really struggle to. It was exactly that. It's they give you all these things to build yourself up, power up, build things, but it's really hard to balance maintaining that level of challenge to the end. But it's just hard to do. I mean, because they give you so many options to to power up and to beat the crap out of things and to do cool builds. And maybe that was intentional, but I found that to be the case too. I was really having a hard time in the beginning, but by the end I was like, I feel like this is supposed to be hard, but it wasn't really hard.
Yeah. I think we can kind of head towards the end here, because we after that fight with the toilet scepter, which you have, then after you beat it, you have to jump down a toilet. You get to, what do they call it? Just the bottom of the ocean. I forget what they called it. The center of the ocean.
It's the bottom of the drain, I think.
Bottom of the drain. That's right. And you find a hermit crab shell there that is called the Perfect Whirl, which is at the very center of the bottom of the drain. As you get there, you end up having to fight someone who's actually been a friend with you the entire time. Hunter, Brad, any guesses as to who?
I assume it's like the hermit crab with the time. It's like the Gehrman one. Is it the one with like the time, the hourglass on its back?
He is there, but no, that's actually not correct.
Is it the one from Splatoon?
No, it's the lobster.
The like warrior lobster.
Chitin. Yeah, Chitin.
But they called themselves rivals. I just assumed you were gonna fight that one eventually.
But that actually is another 2-phase boss fight that has one of the cooler, somewhat of a gimmicky boss, but a really cool gimmick boss as the second phase, where you cannot damage the boss at all in that phase, and you basically are having to wait until its health goes down. It was, I forget what the exact name they called it, but it was like the ocean's last scream or something like that.
It's called Crea Dubia, the Ocean's Agony.
Ocean's Agony, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Super unique fight that you're really just, I think the first I was like, I gotta go damage this thing, and finally figured out, oh no, you just need to make sure you stay alive.
You have to kill all the enemies that it whips at you, and then it comes down. It's very much like the Lunala fight, I think. It's Lunala, right? From from Elden Ring.
Yeah, except in the second phase of Lunala, you still have to go smack her. On this one, you just had to dodge. The second phase of this.
I think. Sorry, are you gonna?
No, go for it.
No, I was just saying. I just want to remind, because I'm curious. I haven't actually read it, but I saw in our notes that we had a Holden Hints comment. I just want to make sure we didn't forget that.
Yeah, I was actually. I wanted to get to that. Thank you for the reminder. Is it okay if I read that real quick, everybody?
Yep. Jump into it, and we can finish off the game.
Community member Holden Hints writes in, "Another Crab's Treasure is wildly creative and has a great vibe. I love the writing for every character. It reminded me of Tinykin, where I went out of my way to talk to every possible character or resident to read every bit of dialogue, because it was funny. It was so typically so clever or funny. It's just generally a very funny game. From the goofy loan shark to the more silly shell options, the tone is established throughout. The voice acting is surprisingly well-rounded for an indie game. I wish there were more of it, but I appreciate it in heavy story moments. The combat can be fun due to the shell variety, but the lack of any weapon options can make it feel stale quickly. I tried mixing up the approach options with the upgrade tree, but it wasn't enough to keep me engaged. Plus, the 3D environment was typically very janky, with camera movement and clipping being an unexpected enemy to deal with. My roses have to go to the graphic design of everything. All the 2D art was beautiful and had a lot of personality. I honestly prefer the 2D stuff over the 3D. The map, upgrade tree, and font choices were all top tier. I wish the map was pannable, but I'm not a Souls gamer, so that might be a staple. I was very grateful for the difficulty settings that allowed me to enjoy the game. After dying to a boss, being able to respawn at the entry of the battle is a feature that must exist for me to enjoy the game. That is a really nice feature that, kind of takes the run back element out, which is nice.
That's a good call. I'm glad that was mentioned.
Overall, I had an excellent time and thought that it was a game that was way better on almost all levels than I expected to be. 84 out of 100. A very specific score.
That's a good score. That's good. Brought up a few points that I really agree with. Like definitely the dying and being able to respawn right at a boss. Like, there's some Souls games have worse run backs than others, and some bosses have different run backs than others, and some of them are positively brutal. And I think that's part of those games, but I appreciate that this game didn't feel compelled to make you run back through areas. That's a super solid point. It was very nice once you got to a boss to just know, all right, this is what I'm going to be doing. I'm not losing my shit. You know, it's all going to be here. We're just fighting this for however long it takes and moving on. Great point.
Yeah, and that and the insurance feature was also really helpful too.
Yeah.
So if your shell broke, you know, and you die, you always start with kind of the shell that you want back at the spawn point.
He mentioned the lack of weapon options, but I do think that we have missed one very important point, which is that you can get a perk where an upgrade tree skill where you can stab the things you normally put on as a shell on the end of your fork. So you can have like a coconut on your fork, and all of a sudden it becomes more of like a
hammer,
like a hammer, like almost like you give like a Kirk hammer, and depends on like what you put on there actually changes the speed and the way that you swing your fork, which is really cool. And I almost hammer the entire time because the hammer did a butt ton more damage, even though it was quite a bit slower. But it was the weapon of choice for me.
Scrap hammers, absolutely clutch. All right, well, I think we should probably wrap it up. You guys okay with that?
Yeah.
So let's just go around, give our individual scores, starting with the man who hasn't spoken much in the last, 40 minutes, Brad.
Yeah. No, I was just enjoying the conversation. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Again, early on, I had a good time with this game until I kind of ran into my headaches and stuff. I think Holden made a lot of really good points. I had some like clipping and camera issues too, as well as some framiness here and there. But overall, I thought it was decent for an indie. I think it has a little bit of room for improvement. I'm going to give it a 6.5 out of 10.
Okay. Fair enough. Hunter?
This game grew on me like shell or something. I really started out not. Shut up. Whatever. Nobody needs your science. I had some. I think real gripes with it, even though I really grew to love it every time. This game is a lot beefier than I ever thought it would be. I did not love trying to heal myself, the slowest healing in any Souls game ever.
Yeah, we didn't talk about that.
I felt like it was hard to get away from enemies. So when you're trying to heal, I don't know if you ever seen that like skit, like the slap chef skit. I think like Amy Schumer did it and some other, where it's like you hire somebody when you're trying to eat something, just slap the shit right out of your hands. Like that was like you're holding these like kelp that like heal you, and you're like, it's so slow, like, and then just like bam, just gone. Like it literally would slap your healing item out of your hand. It was like over there, and you're like, and I didn't particularly love that because one of my favorite things about like Bloodborne is just like I need to heal, just like like healing. But despite camera issues, jankiness, map complaints, slow healing, I'm itching to get back into it. It's fun. It's a fun game. So I'm gonna give it an 8. I think. Well, you know what? An 81 out of 100.
Hello.
Hold on.
Very good. Zach?
As a parent, I did enjoy this game quite a bit. It was kind of the Souls feel that I feel like I'd been missing for a minute, but in a shorter time frame, which was nice. I think that there's some gripes I have with it. Definitely the framiness that would happen as you were going into certain areas. Not sure what really was causing that, but it's just something that could definitely get cleared up. Really enjoyed the humor. Had a lot of fun going back and replaying the game with a completely different setup where I didn't put any points into any other stats other than attack until I had maxed it out, which made it so I couldn't take any hits, but I could deal out a ton of damage. I would give this an 8, but I'm going to give it an 8.5 for one specific reason. This is a Souls-like game that I could easily have my kids play with some of those difficulty sliders on for them to get a chance to try one of these games and see
That's
what
a
they're
good
like.
call. My kids always want to play Bloodborne, and I'm like, well,
Yeah.
I mean, you're good luck.
And there's a few things that might go over their head, like muscle shuckers or something like that. There's a little tongue-in-cheek stuff there, but overall, I think this is a good game that can really help broaden the genre that is Souls and can get more people into Souls games. If they go through this one first, like, oh, I liked this. It was challenging, but I had fun. Maybe I go try the actual thing. And I think that that's something that I really want to do with, especially Knight, because he really likes to game. Now, Winter does too, but I think he's definitely more into it than she is. And just to have him go in and have fun, still be challenging, but not feel like he's just getting destroyed over and over and over again, is definitely going to be a kind of big bump for this game for me. So that's why I'll give it that extra half a point there.
Right on.
Let's see.
As
Wesker?
for me, this game's an 8.5 for me. I really, really enjoyed it. A lot more even than I thought I was going to. This game does have some jank, so you need to know that going in for sure. The jank is present, but the charm is more present, and there's a lot of really good humor here. There's a lot of fun gameplay to be had. The challenge, I think, is very manageable for this type of game. I really did enjoy the level design. There's a lot of shortcuts that I always love to find. Like, it's always really fun when you find a shortcut, just like in a Souls game. There's a lot of shortcuts in this game, which is really great. And I had a shell of a good time playing this one. I actually,
That's right, Mother Shucker.
I did end up with the platinum trophy on this game. It's not something that happens almost ever, but I got a mosquito buzzing me. Yeah, no, it was really, really good. I really, really liked it. And if you like Souls games, definitely one that I would recommend. It's not too long. It was about 21 hours, and that was with me like messing around a lot, but I had a really good time with it.
Beefy. Way beefier than I thought it was going to be.
Real quick, got to get one more thing from all of you. What was your favorite costume?
Ooh,
I didn't get that many of them, honestly, yet.
the cowboy costume, I think.
That was a good one.
Yep.
Brad, did you have one?
Yeah.
I don't.
No.
I ended up with one, yeah. Maybe it was the same one. I felt like Indiana Jones.
I like those. I was really torn between the Mr. Krabs outfit from SpongeBob and then the sun guy from Souls, because you could get
The
his
Solaire
outfit.
outfit. Yeah.
There's
the
a Solaire
outfit.
outfit?
There's a Solaire outfit.
I need to get that one. That would make me happy.
It's got the little bucket helmet and everything.
Mhm.
That's so
That's
cool.
fantastic.
Praise the sun.
Yeah.
Yep,
Good.
for sure. All right. And that'll wrap us up for another Crab's Treasure. Next month's Hype Off game is from Hunter. Hunter, what are we playing?
We are playing. This one's a very different for us from what we've done. I picked Mullet Mad Jack. This was a little torn on this one because I don't like just picking things that are PC only, but I really want to play this one. It's on sale. We might even like tell people that early, since I think it's only on sale for the next couple of days. But it's like, I don't know. I don't even know what to say. I mean, Zach's been playing the demo, but
Zach,
it's
describe the game, please.
yeah.
Seizure inducing?
Yeah, it's super fast-paced, first-person shooter.
Very fast.
It's like
Think
if Blood Dragon
Void-
did a bunch of cocaine,
I
and
was thinking that or Void Bastards. It had
Void
a similar
Bastards.
Void Bastards feel, but
what was that
really
other one?
fast paced.
What was that other one that like somebody
Extremely,
gifted me?
like 80s anime vibe.
Yeah,
Very
Yeah.
violent, like hyper violent.
Oh yeah.
Really, really fast paced roguelite first person shooter.
like Zach. So you have to basic premise. What I saw from Zach's demo, again, first-person, fast-paced shooter, and you essentially are like holding, I don't know, like an iPod or something. It's like a phone, and it's got a countdown on it, and you essentially have 9 seconds to kill somebody else. And then once you kill that person, it resets, and then you have another 9 seconds to kill something else.
That's that Jason Statham movie where
Crank.
like if his heart rate dropped below a certain level, he died or
Crank.
something like that.
It was
It's kind of like
Crank.
that, right?
Very much like that, yeah. It was so because I think I was talking about something else when I was doing that. So there's like a viewership. There's a bunch of people watching like a live stream of you raiding this tower, and they have deemed that you have to get a kill every 10 seconds, or they will stop your heart. So yes, that is the premise of it.
Lo, so take your uppers and jump in to Mullet Mad Jack, because it is crazy. Reviewed very well. It looks very
I had
different.
fun with the
I
two
think
areas I did. But
it's only like I think like a 3 to 5 hour game, like unless you're trying to do like all the extras and stuff. So it's not particularly long, but it's I think like under 20 right now. So yeah, but we'll see. It'll be different. Mullet Mad Jack.
All right, with that, it's time for Hype Off.
I said it backwards.
Hype get.
I'm Yoda. Hype get.
All right. Hype Off, of course, the portion of the show where we all look into the future, the release calendar, and pick something we are interested in, bring it here, talk about it, and guess what we think it's going to score from opencritic.com. Whoever is the closest wins for the month and gets the final word. Whoever is the farthest away and has the worst score gets to spin the wheel of consequences, as I did at the top of the show.
Mhm.
All right, so this month we have another 4 games. Looking at the June release calendar, I will start. I am bringing a game called Still Wakes the Deep. This is a kind of first-person adventure walking simulator style game. If you are familiar with the game Soma,
Oh, that's what I put. I saw the preview. That's what my one note was like. Looks like
it's
Soma.
very, very similar. So it's kind of like a psychological horror game where you're being like pursued by some like unknown creature on a like a derelict like oil what do they call those?
Oil rig.
Like an oil
rig.
platform.
Oil rig
Yeah,
platform. Yeah,
in
the
like
ocean.
1975, and you play as this like I think you're like a mechanic or something. I love the name of the main character. His name is Kaz McCleary. He's a Glasgowian electrician named Kaz McCleary. So yeah, you're like stuff's falling apart, like the whole thing's like caving in. There's this thing pursuing you. It's in first person. And it looks really, really cool. I liked Soma a lot when I played it. It was really, really creepy. This looks like it could kind of give some similar style gameplay, similar style vibes. So I'm looking forward to it. I really am not sure how this game is going to score, so I really went kind of middle of the road. I think it's going to be good and well accepted generally. Don't know if it's going to blow people out of the water. So I gave it an 80. Zach, what do you think?
I think this game looks really, really pretty, to be honest, for what it's doing. It looks neat to me. I'm interested in playing it. It might be something that I'll get around to around the Halloween time when I need something creepy for myself. I'm kind of along the same boats as you. I think I'm gonna go slightly lower. I was gonna look at a 79.
Okay. Brad, what do you think?
I'm a 78.
70. Okay, we're just keep prices
We're
right
doing
and
it.
on down.
We're doing it.
Hunter.
Doing the hype off thing.
I just feel like you just want to play games underwater these days. Like everything's got to be underwater. Developers love water.
It's creepy.
I do love the Soma vibes. These are the kind of games that show well in trailers and maybe not so great when you're playing the actual game. I might be eating my words, but I'm gonna say a 71.
All right.
Low balling.
Little separator there. That could be a win. That could be a choice that wins you the entire thing. So
We'll have to find out next month.
Yep.
Hunter, what are you bringing hype up?
So not a ton to choose from that really interested me that wasn't already picked by somebody else on this podcast. So I'm bringing something that I am interested in. I do like these games. I'm bringing F1 24. So obviously F1 racing game. These games are basically, they're kind of like an annual thing, so you kind of know what you're getting. I have seen a few previews of this one where they say that the driving is significantly different from it has been in the past. I don't know if that's going to end up being a positive or a negative for this game. I just feel like I'll put that out there. They always have these like really cringy ass story modes in them that are kind of like campy but fun. But they're fun driving games. They have real world tracks. The graphics are always kind of top notch. I mean, they're always pretty decent scores. You know, the people that like them really like them. They don't get a lot of sales, but they're really good. Well, not a lot of US sales. I mean, it's bigger in like Europe where there's F1. It's a bigger sport and stuff. I'm gonna score it. The change in driving makes me nervous because these people are very into like just getting the next year's version of these. I'm gonna give it. I'm still gonna keep it there. I think I'm gonna give it like an 81. Because it's
okay. Brad, what do you think?
Hard to miss.
I've got written 85.
85. You know, Brad, I always appreciate that you just cut to the chase, you know?
Yeah, Brad's
right
no
there with the
nonsense. Doesn't need to.
Zach, how about you?
It's why he wins a bunch. Because
I've taken up enough of our time this evening. So
talking about, dude.
I don't play these games, but it's going to review, I think, decently somewhere around probably its recent one. So I'm going to throw it at an 83.
All right. F123 was an 85 last year. So I bumped it 1 point back, just cautiously, pseudo-cautiously. I'm giving it an 84. Brad, what are you bringing?
I'm bringing Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance. It is the royal version of Shin Megami Tensei 5. Usually these kind of hyped up, goosed up versions of Shin Megami Tensei and Persona games do just a little better than the predecessor, so I'm going for an 86.
All right. Hunter?
Pass. I'm sorry. I was going to do my average thing on this one. Shit. Came to me next. I don't know how to gauge these. I'm gonna say 83. That's just me throwing a number out there. I hope it's the average of what you guys pick.
All right, Zach?
I'm gonna keep it the same as it is. Let's go with an 85.
Mm-hmm.
I also picked 86.
Nice.
For this one, for sure. And I think you're right, Brad. Typically, these games do score a little bit better than the base version.
Just a couple points higher, just a little better than what came before.
They tweak some things, make some minor adjustments, add some story elements,
add some music, maybe an extra character. Yep, just a little better than the last one.
And cool. And there's not really a whole lot else that's releasing in June. So, Zach, I can't imagine what you would pick.
Yeah, there's nothing left to pick from.
I just got this DLC that's coming to another Crab's Treasure called Elden Bay Seasoning of the Erd Tree. Oh, wait, sorry. No, it's actually coming to Elden Ring, and it's Shadow of the Erd Tree.
Nobody's interested in that. Why are you bringing
No one's going to play that. It's not like the entirety of the streaming stratosphere right now has been people getting back into and replaying Elden Ring to get ready for this. It's gonna be amazing. This game, this I've purposely actually gone on complete lockout of looking at anything from this because I don't want.
You
to
haven't
know
watched
anything.
the preview they put out the other day?
Nothing.
Oh,
Nothing.
dude, I've watched that like
I know it's gonna be. Good
I watched
and
it 15 times. I rubbed my
I'm
nipples
sure
the
you
entire
have.
time. Dude, I have no nipples left. They are gone. It's
I'm really excited for this. I'm really excited for this one. It's gonna be some fun. But yeah, I have made it. I have been on a blackout for because I don't want to know anything. I want to go in this and experience this world again and go into it without any real idea. I was going to learn the story as I'm going. So I'm super stoked for this. I think it's gonna go with a 92.
All right, Hunter, did you pick the same score?
No, I'm
surprisingly
higher.
not.
No,
No
I'm
duplicate
higher.
scores
I'm
this time.
higher on this one. I think this game has the first legitimate chance a DLC has ever had to just be its own game of the year. From everything I've understood and read about this, it is as meaty as any standalone title is for most video games. Nobody does DLC better than FromSoft. Sorry. Just it's fact, period. They're the best. They usually kick up the difficulty a notch. They throw just all of the lore into it. They already have this perfectly made canvas of a game ready to go. This game's fucking amazing.
I can't wait.
So good. I'm not going to be surprised if I am going too low on this, but I'm going to say a 94.
Very good, Brad.
I got the same number written here, 94.
94. Wow,
I'm super pumped for this game.
I guess I'm lowballing it with the 68. I mean, sorry.
Yeah, you go with that, dude. We don't mind. We don't mind you spinning the wheel. Spin that wheel, dude.
It's late, dude. You just got me. I'm like, what? Well, Wes is losing next month.
No, I got a 91 on this one. No doubt it's going to be amazing. I was really kind of struggling, like where how far into the 90s do you want to go? It is still a DLC. I'm sure it's going to score amazingly. I guess I'm leaning on some of those ding dongs out there. Maybe
it's going to be hard. People might not like how hard it is.
Those damn ding dongs.
I promise you, it's gonna be hard. All of those magic users, beware. They're gonna find a way to bite your ass.
That's pointed at me.
Yeah, it is.
That's pointed at me.
I looked at you when I said it. Look, it might. The camera doesn't work that way. I was.
Are we playing this game together?
We absolutely can.
I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like I need to do this one on my own.
We'll see. We can talk about it.
We can figure out something.
Dude, if you
I'm down.
We could do it together.
I didn't got to play any of this guy because I played it months after it came out. I didn't get any friend time with any of you.
Souls games are always meant to be experienced together. That doesn't mean necessarily playing them together, but it does mean sharing what you're doing together.
My character's a wrecking ball too, so look out, bitches.
He's got that fat armor on. He's like this big.
I bloodborned it the whole time. I never equipped a shield once. Didn't even equip it. Never even owned one.
That's the way to play, dude. That's the way to play.
Yeah.
To hell with shields.
So my character is very much a battering ram.
I just wish that they would let you give me a gun I could parry with. That's the best thing about Bloodborne is a gun parry. Because I don't want to shield.
They do have guns in the game, but it's like a cannon.
Yeah, it's not the same.
All right. I can really tell the excitement for Shadow of the Erdtree DLC here. Really feeling it. We got to wrap this show up. So I am going to take the lead on this one this time, Hunter. I'm sorry. Just to wrap it up quickly. I'm just going to run through what the games were and what they actually scored, and then who won and who lost. So last month we had Crow Country. The final score on that was 83. We had Gestalt, Steam and Cinder from Zach. That game actually got pushed out in between the last show and this show. It's now releasing on July 16th. we had made a call before that if a game gets delayed and doesn't get scored, we're not going to hold it against the person that brought that game to the show. That's no fault of any of us here that happens. So that one's kicked out of the tally. Hunter brought Homeworld 3. That game had a final score of 80, and Brad brought Hellblade 2, which had a final score of 82. In the end, I think the winner this month was yours truly. My losing streak is finally over.
Napping the streak.
I don't have to spin the wheel. Thank
Well
God.
done,
Although,
man.
even
Well
though
done.
I
Yeah,
had
you
to spin
did.
the wheel, I did it. I don't have to do it again. At least not this month. Probably next month. Unfortunately, the loser this month is our good friend Hunter. He was a little bit too far off from the rest of us,
I went
so he gets the
too
privilege of
pessimist.
spinning the wheel.
I'm spinning the wheel. I don't know the rhyme, so you can either say it for
No,
me.
I'll do the rhyme. Don't worry.
Okay.
Are we
I'll do it
ready?
for you. Yep.
Hey, can I
We
tell
are
you?
ready.
Can I tell you the velocity at which I want it spun?
You could give me an audio description of how you would like it spun, and I will do my best.
Okay, if you're on Wheel of Fortune, I want it at try hard speed. Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Wheel
There
of
you go.
consequence. Turn, turn, turn. Tell Hunter the punishment that he has earned. It is number
Nine.
9.
Number 9. Number 9.
And now is this number 9 going to make Hunter go 9?
Oh no.
Stuck in block 9. What am I doing?
Okay. Number 9,
Number 9.
which is backwards. We gotta work on that. I gotta fix that.
It's only
Hey.
backwards to you.
Yeah,
Right.
it's fine for us.
Oh, good. Have your child or spouse give you a makeover and post the photo on Discord.
Oh, yes.
Courtney is going to love this.
For those of you who know my wife, you just made her whole year. Like
You're
this
welcome.
is you can't.
Oh,
Great. So fun.
I got off so easy. Ugh.
Yes, this is, I think, the worst one on that wheel. Who decided that was going to be on there? This is fucking terrible.
We all
punishment.
agreed to
love
these.
this one.
Yeah,
love
I
this
agreed
one
to
so
it when I
much.
thought somebody else was going to have to do it.
Again, every
Uh.
month we can negotiate what we want to take off, put on. We can keep
That
this
was a
spicy, keep it
bad
interesting.
spin.
By
Bad
mixing
spin.
it up.
Bad spin.
You
Oh,
asked for the
hiccups.
try hard spin.
That's
You
right,
got the
Brad.
try hard choice too.
I call rigged.
All right.
He weighted it.
I whipped it as hard as I could, man.
Whip it good. Anyway, that brings us to the end of the show. Something to look forward to next month with Hunter's Punishment. So
I quit.
if you if you've made it this far with us, this exceptionally long podcast, we just want to say thank you. Thank you to our community members who contribute to our top 10 countdown every month. Thank you to all the listeners who listen to and support the show. Ooh, still got those hiccups. Support the show. Thanks, everybody. We really appreciate it. And we will see you next month for top 10 video game cities and talking indies nuts on Mullet Mad Jack.
And stay tuned for Wes's final word.
That's right.
First one in a long time. All right, everybody. Thank you for listening, and we'll see you later. Bye.
Bye.
Real quick one.
Yeah, it's only 3:00 in the morning. I'm fine.
All right. Time for
All right, sorry.
Time for final word. Real quick, I would just like to give a quick shout out to Brian Keys. Brian, we love you, and Hunter likes to give you crap, but you're a great guy, and we really appreciate you, and we love having you as part of our community. Also, the Chrono Cross OST is amazing, and I really recommend that people go out and give it a listen. It's awesome. Bye.